Hey everybody, you are listening to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for getting here early, and also congratulations to Sigrid the Beast over on Twitch. That's right, good job Twitch, you are the winner once again. Now here's the thing, folks. The Canary Cry Radio YouTube channel grabbed a strike last week, and we put in the appeal, and it got rejected. So we're sitting at 2 strikes over on the Canary Cry YouTube channel, but it can happen to any channel at any time. So you're going to want to make sure to follow us on multiple locations. It's the only way to make sure that you won't miss a show. You can do that by heading to linktr.ee/Canary Cry News Talk. That's linktr.ee/Canary Cry News Talk. And there's all sorts of fun links there. You can find everything we're doing, all the different places, and of course find the show notes, things like that. Okay, folks, we are going to be starting the show in just a few seconds. So make sure to stay hydrated, get ready, because we got a great show coming up for you. Okay, here we go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is June 7th, 2021. This is episode 347. And today, ominous ANONYMUSK. And Razzle Dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And coming off of an interesting weekend, I was trying to catch the Mayweather-Logan Paul fight last night. Did you watch some boxing, some fisticuffs?
I did not watch it, no, but I was sort of keeping track of the fact that it existed. Did you catch it? What was the deal?
No, you know what I think is hilarious? I'm not going to pay whatever it was, $100 to watch it on Showtime or whatever. But it's interesting when you go on social media, you can see a bunch of people either broadcasting it, from the back of the living room where they can kind of get away with it for a little while. Or the one I thought was brilliant was there were some people wearing sunglasses, and they would reflect, from the TV or the computer screen, and you can watch a little bit of it. But the problem was people who labeled it, the big fight, Mayweather versus Paul, they got shut down pretty quickly. But a lot of hugging, a lot more hugging than I thought was going to happen on that fight, or at least from what I saw. Yeah, but ended up in a draw, which I guess because there's no...
Well, that's no fun.
Well, it's because it's an exhibition. If it was an actual judge, Mayweather would have won because he landed, half of his punches, whereas Logan Paul landed like a tenth of all his punches. But anyway,
okay.
Here's my deep
stats.
Here's kind of my pitch to you, Basil.
No, okay.
It's become a thing, for like YouTubers to start or to like do these big fights. Mm-hmm. What do you say, you and I, maybe not you versus I, but you and I tag team, like the Bushwhackers back in the day in WWF?
Sure.
And we call out some other podcasters in our niche to some kind of fight.
Maybe if it's a giant robot battle. I think we need to have some mech suits.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't know.
We have 2 separate mech suits, and then during the last round of the fight, our mech suits combine to make a giant tiger mech suit.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know the kind of audience we would grab. We're trying to appeal to the normies out there who otherwise wouldn't know who we are,
Yeah,
I don't know.
We gotta get that Joe Rogan crowd.
Yeah, right. So anyway, just an idea. If anybody in the chat, I see some people in the chat mentioning call for an uprising. He's one guy though. We need to find somebody with like two guys.
It's too aggressive, man.
Why?
Maybe esports. We got to bring it into esports. I don't want to hurt anybody or get hurt. Not only because I've, never taken a karate class in my life. And would have no idea what I'm doing. But throw me on a Overwatch tourney. Oh, I'll take you down, Joe Rogan.
I know. Taking down Rogan seems to be the play.
I bet I'm way better at video games than Rogan.
I don't know.
All right. Enough about Rogan.
Yeah, you brought him up, dude. You're the one bringing up Rogan.
The chat did. The chat was talking about it.
Okay.
But even better, let's talk about Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. For those who might be new to the show, Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new and fun and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, got an article here from DailyMail.co.uk, and the headline reads, "Good boy, Boston Dynamics robot dog can now play the world's slowest game of fetch." It goes like this. Boston Dynamics mechanical dog Spot is billed as a utility robot able to perform a variety of tasks, from navigating dangerous terrain to carrying heavy payloads to enslaving mankind and patrolling the streets for insubordination. And now the robotics company has demonstrated that it can also play the world's least thrilling game of fetch. Using a Spot model equipped with a robotic arm attachment. We got a Flippy Spot combo here. Boston Dynamics has released a tutorial showing how owners of the four-legged machine can teach it to pick up a thrown toy and to return it to the thrower. The process involves taking advantage of robots' machine learning capabilities to recognize and interact with objects in the environment around it. And the tutorial shows users how they can train the machine to see the toy. The tutorial calls for the user to capture at least 400 images of the rope toy in a specific environment to ensure it can recognize it from a variety of angles. If they would like Spot to play fetch elsewhere, say outside or in the living room, they would need to repeat the process again for each new environment. Oh my gosh. You got to throw this rope 400 times in each new environment for Spot to even be able to recognize it. The result is a very slow facsimile of the activity favored by the machine's flesh and blood and inspiration as the robot dog slowly inches up to the toy, picks it up with its arm, turns and walks to the owner to drop it off before backing away. And we got some video here, and it's probably the least exciting video of Spot the robot dog. But let's finish it out here. The company acknowledges that someone might have more fun playing fetch with a living and breathing dog. The Spot has the top speed. Yeah, right. In a moment of flash inspiration, Boston Dynamics realizes dogs are better than robots. The Spot has a top speed of 3 miles per hour, and at $74,500 per robot, plus the cost of the robotic arm attachment, a real dog would seem the cheaper and better choice for the game, but notes that teaching the robot fetch demonstrates a number of potential applications. Quote, "Of course, we don't expect to see Spot regularly playing fetch in the park, but these same features serve as the basis for more practical applications. For example, automated roadside trash cleanup," said Andrew Barry, a senior roboticist in the Spot manipulation team. Quote, "You might teach Spot to recognize litter as distinct from other items in the environment, pick it up, and bring it to a trash can. Dog toys are just a jumping off point to a range of real-world possibilities." Now, Gons, we've been following Spot for a while. It's always sort of been a side idea that Spot could someday be some sort of pet instead of just a utility beast of burden. But, growing up in the late 90s, early aughts, robot dogs to replace pets is not necessarily a new concept. You remember those little robot puppies that you could get?
Yeah,
You're a few years older than me.
I didn't
so
have them.
I think you just missed the
Yeah,
train.
no, I know what you're talking about. The little silver ones with the
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Plus, early on, the Tamagotchi thing was big when I was, or Tamagotchi.
Tamagotchi, you silly goose. Yeah, Tamagotchi. But this is a little different than the actual robot dogs. But fun fact, those old robot dogs, I forgot what they're called, but those little toy ones, they were such a hit in Japan, I believe, that when they stopped making them, there's a whole secondary market for repairing these little robot dogs. They're incredibly expensive. People value those things quite highly. But enough about that dog. This is about Spot. Now, we've sort of tracked the idea that not only will robots replace humans, but they could also replace pets. I don't know why. That's just the unstoppable march of progress for the sake of progress, I guess. And the fetch thing is kind of funny because, I mean, I don't know. I think fetch is more for the dog than it is for the person. At least it seems that way. Am I right? Dog person?
I mean, in terms of what? The
I think the
entertainment
dog
value?
gets more entertainment out of the game of fetch than the human does.
Like playing fetch? Yeah, it's to get the dog to run around a little bit, have a little purpose in life. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a little purpose in life. Wow, if there's not a metaphor there, I don't know. But the interesting thing about Spot playing fetch, Spot gets no enjoyment out of this. There is no happiness being brought into the world by Spot chasing down an item. In fact, this would be a game entirely for the person who owns the Spot. And I think, I don't know, I smell psychological operation, Gons.
Oh, really? You smell it? It's just covered, drenched.
Training the human to play fetch instead of the human training the pet to play fetch.
Yeah, and for those of you just listening, the video is pretty pathetic because it has this guy.
It's excruciating.
He throws a little. Oh, it's a horrible. He throws a little. What is it? I don't know. I don't even know what it is. A little dog toy, chewy thing. He throws it maybe 5 feet in front of him, and then the robot Spot takes a couple steps, uses his robot arm head, leans over, picks it up with his little hand claw thing, takes 2 steps to the right, and drops it back down.
Yeah. And if you thought that hearing Gons explain that process was boring, trust me, it's more boring watching it.
They had to speed the footage up 10x to make it, a 30-second clip to show the robot Spot doing it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. And to be clear, we understand that the robot Spot currently at its current form is not ready to march down the streets taking over the world, but it's more about the psychological operation of presenting robots as viable alternatives, not just to pets, but also to humans. And I think this is just one more step in that whole play, Gons.
Well, if you put if you put together a graph and you have a normal dog, it's kind of a standard line, like a normal line of, hey, this is a dog playing fetch. The curvature of Spot can only go up and towards the real dog, but once it gets there, it's going to just crash right through it and go vertical. You know what I mean? It's not going to be even with the robot or a real dog. It's going to just go from, hey, play fetch to go, dig out, I don't know.
Go bury this body.
Bury the body or go dig up something. Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be ridiculous.
Go find daddy some Bitcoin.
Sure.
Go dig up some
physical Bitcoin.
Yeah. Anyways, there you go. There's just the next step in the robot takeover, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Sure. And I will just mention that my suggestion for Basil's Flippy update was rejected, which is fine. But the story had to do with Elon Musk, who is a theme here in this episode, hailing Israeli startup as the robot future. And there's a company called Bionic Hive from Israel, and Elon was all about it. It's like there's a machine called Squid, which is just a little factory robot that goes around and is able to climb, factory shelves and pick
If you
stuff.
guys thought that Spot playing fetch was boring, you should have seen this video of this warehouse robot. Look, we've done warehouse robots. The only good thing about that article was that it mentioned the words Elon Musk. And you know what? This is not the Elon Musk show.
No, but there's a lot of Elon stories
anymore.
to consider.
Or maybe yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, not yet. We're going to get into all that stuff now. But yeah, there you go. I mean, it's all the rest of the stories, along with Elon Musk hails Israeli startup as a robot future, or as the robot future. You can go to canarycrynewstalk.com, look for the show notes. There's a section called Additional Stories underneath the stories we cover. And anytime we shed stories off the regular show to keep it a viable length, we will drop it into the Additional Stories section. Kind of like Drudge, when they used to be a news aggregate worth visiting, or some other news aggregator. But anyway,
okay,
are you
we
ready
got links,
to
folks? If you want links, we got links.
We got links.
Also, just because we kind of forget to mention it recently, if you're watching on YouTube or anywhere live, please go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications, baby.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
So let's get into the Elon story.
Where are the aliens?
It's Elon talking about aliens, but also it was a big Bitcoin weekend.
Bitcoin go to moon.
And this first story comes from MarketWatch.com. Elon Musk's crypto tweets have, quote, destroyed lives, says video purportedly from Anonymous.
Destroyed lives.
They're back. Yeah.
They're back making fun of Elon, infamous hacktivist group, once responsible for shedding light into the deep recesses of corporate and government secrets. Now they're just being mean to spaceman.
Sure, although I'll play the video because they bring up some things. They talk about Elon here and bring up some information about him that a lot of it I was aware of. I don't know if you're aware of it, Mr. Fanboy over there. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me play the video, the actual anonymous video. We could stop it along the way because I tried to edit it down, but it's still about 3 minutes here. So we'll stop anytime you have anything to say, Basil.
Okay.
Or I'll stop it if I want to say something. Here it is.
Greetings, citizens of the world. This is a message from Anonymous for Elon Musk. For the past several years you have enjoyed one of the most favorable reputations of anyone in the billionaire class, because you have tapped into the desire that many of us have to live in a world with electric cars and space exploration, but recently your carefully created public image is being exposed, and people are beginning to see you as nothing more than another narcissistic rich dude who is desperate for attention.
First off, when's the last time you heard Anonymous use the word dude? Rich dude.
That didn't actually stand out to me.
Have they used it before? It seemed like the old Anonymous was more like, I don't know, less kind of chatty, more concise. You got to remember,
there is no official structure of Anonymous. Anybody can do anything.
I get it, but it's just a weird tell, Just a short tell.
It is a note of point of note. I don't know. But I was gonna mention.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure if I agree with the statement that Elon has sort of gone without any sort of criticism. I mean, I would say most thinking people, although Elon has a great PR team and, in the media is sort of presented as the cool billionaire. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I talk to most millennials and they don't really actually like him very much. They kind of think he's I won't say the word on the air, but let's
keep going here because the Anonymous here alleged We'll speak to some of that.
Okay.
It appears that your quest to save the world is more rooted in a superiority and savior complex than it is in actual concern for humanity. This has been obvious to your employees for a long time, who have faced intolerable conditions under your command for years. It is also obvious to the young children working in your overseas lithium mines, which are destroying the local environment as well. You have been open about your willingness to stage coups in order to install dictators in places where your toxic products are being mined.
Has
you have even
Apparently, according
Has
to...
he been open about his willingness to commit a coup and install dictators?
He may have said some things. I don't know that he's actually.
Well, I know he may have, but did he?
I
feel like I would have heard about that.
Yeah.
Prematurely crowned yourself Emperor of Mars. Yourself Emperor of Mars. Toxic products are being mined. You have even prematurely crowned yourself Emperor of Mars, a place where you will be sending people to die. Your fanboys overlook these issues because they are focused on the potential good that your projects can bring to the world, but you are not the only show in town, and your competition is growing more intense with each passing day. In fact, many people are now learning that the vast majority of Tesla's income doesn't actually come from selling cars, it comes from government subsidies, selling carbon tax credits for your innovation with clean energy. This technically isn't your innovation though, because you aren't actually the founder of Tesla, you simply purchased the company from two people much more intelligent than you are, Martin Everhard and Mark Tarpenning. Tesla has also made more money holding Bitcoin for a few months than they did in years of selling cars. It is also more than likely that this Bitcoin was purchased with money from these government subsidies. It is now widely believed that you have been forced to denounce your company's involvement with Bitcoin in order to keep that green government money flowing into Tesla's coffers.
First off, second off, didn't I say this in the last episode?
Yeah, I was gonna say they haven't said anything that hasn't been like open information. I mean, these are all the basic criticisms of Elon Musk and Tesla.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird that we talked about it, and maybe Anonymous is listening to us too, you know.
Oh, they listen to all.
They listen to everything. They are omnipotent.
They are legion.
Okay, let's keep going.
The energy use argument about proof-of-work mining is a very nuanced conversation that requires a fairly complex understanding of how power grids work, and how excess energy is wasted by power companies. This is a conversation that you have been having for over a year and were intimately aware of, but as soon as your main source of income was threatened you pretended to be clueless in an attempt to play both sides of the fence. Then, your move to create a Bitcoin miner council was rightly seen as an attempt to centralize the industry and take it under your control. Reading from the comments on your Twitter posts, it seems that the games you have played with the crypto markets have destroyed lives. Millions of retail investors were really counting on their crypto gains to improve their lives. This is something that you will never understand because you were born into the stolen wealth of a South African apartheid emerald mine and have no clue what struggle is like for most of the working people in the world.
Okay, pause it real quick. This criticism is, look, we have a complicated relationship with Elon Musk here. It's fun to make fun of him. It's fun to, play into his positive PR. It's just fun to kind of mess with his image. But, I'm tired of this. And this is not just applied to Elon. This gets applied to, a lot of influential type people, which is, oh, you made a tweet and ruined people's lives because they just did what you tweeted. Look, if you are basing big life decisions on what somebody tweeted, whether it's the president, whether it's Elon, like you are taking actions that you are responsible for. I don't buy this thing where, oh, if I Elon tweeted about Dogecoin, so I put my whole life savings in it. Oh no, I lost my life savings. It's Elon's fault. I mean, look, I'm all about criticizing billionaires, but that is just a joke. Come on, folks. You got to use your own brains, educate yourself, make your own decisions. Don't blame it on a billionaire.
Hey, Anonymous is here to defend the plebs. Okay, here we go. Almost done here.
Okay.
Of course, they took the risk upon themselves when they invested, and everyone knows to be prepared for volatility in crypto, but your tweets this week show a clear disregard for the average working person. As hard-working people have their dreams liquidated over your public temper tantrums, you continue to mock them with memes from one of your $1 million mansions. You may think you are the smartest person in the room, but now you have met your match. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us.
There you go. I don't know what that means.
They're threatening to hack Elon?
Threatening to hack Elon, yeah.
Maybe take control of the robotic arms in the Tesla gigafactories?
Either that or anybody that's connected in with the Neuralink, the monkeys.
Yeah. Yeah, that is sort of a direct connection with our sort of criticisms of Neuralink. It's just a matter of time before hackers can get into your brain.
Yeah. Or
they're gonna hack the monkey.
Or I think the one interesting theory is that this whole anonymous video was created by Elon.
I was gonna say it's actually a pretty good move for an Elon PR team.
Super controversial, get it out there. People, take sides on the issue.
Mm-hmm.
The divide and conquer, brilliance would be in full display here if this was actually Elon.
Yeah, and if you plant the seed that like Anonymous is gonna go after Elon, then what is everybody thinking of forever is, I can't wait to see what happens with Elon. Mm-hmm. Let's watch his every move to see when the hack happens.
The hack, the anticipated hack of Tesla is the perfect setup, to have Anonymous be the culprit behind it when it happens.
Yeah, so that's been part of the conversation with all of the cyber pandemic stuff from Klaus Schwab and the hack of the Colonial Pipeline, the JBS meat packing. Is that it's kind of one possibility is that these companies are kind of just doing it themselves, or maybe inviting it in one way or another to create artificial scarcity to increase prices of their product. Because once the price goes up, if you have a good reason to increase the price, once your supply is back and running, you don't really need to lower the price very quick. It's a great way to boost profits. Not saying that I have any firm evidence that is the case, but that is one possibility. And yeah, this might just be Elon getting in on the game, Tesla got hacked. I got to raise the price of my extremely cheap version of the car, the $30,000 version.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, no more cheap electric cars. Basically holding that futuristic utopia ransom.
Yeah. And you had mentioned it before we started the episode today, but it's worth mentioning that this is CNN Politics. U.S. recovers millions in cryptocurrency paid to Colonial Pipeline ransomware hackers.
Yeah.
So, this is another one of those situations where, I mean, one of the things that I've said a lot with using cryptocurrencies for these hackers is like, why would you use a currency with a public blockchain where people that are much smarter and technical can trace the transactions, and if you slip up even a little bit, you can give away your identity or your location.
Yeah,
it just doesn't make any sense to use like a Bitcoin or Ethereum, which is pseudo anonymous.
This was a little bit of a slip up in the narrative coming from especially government entities who are trying to ban crypto, specifically Bitcoin, because they're like, oh, criminals use Bitcoin. It's anonymous. Bitcoin, you can't track the criminals, the ransomware. And then CNN comes out, and just to read just the intro here. U.S. investigators have recovered millions of dollars in cryptocurrency paid in ransom to hackers whose attack prompted the shutdown of the key East Coast pipeline last month, according to people briefed on the matter. Notice how they don't mention Colonial right there. The Justice Department on Monday is expected to announce details of the operation led by the FBI with cooperation of the Colonial Pipeline operator. The people briefed on the matter said the ransom recovery is a rare outcome for the company that has fallen victim to a debilitating cyber attack in the booming criminal business of ransomware. So there you go. They recovered the ransom through Bitcoin. So it kind of dismantles that narrative of, oh, Bitcoin is the secret criminal money. We have to ban it. Well, apparently you got it back. So I think you're fine. I guess we don't have to ban it.
this whole thing can also be, and typical of the FBI, to be involved in this, and nothing against the individuals that may work in the FBI. I'm talking about the greater sort of ethical problem with the organization, any, multi-letter alphabet soup agencies. But a lot of these can be inside jobs in the sense that, like, hey, either we get a white hat guy to see how well our cybersecurity is, and then, there's a hack. Let's use this opportunity to, shut stuff down,
create the artificial scarcity. And at the same time, Colonial Pipeline. Who really was paying attention to Colonial Pipeline before the hack? Nobody. Not that many
people.
In fact, the quote from the CEO was, "Nobody knew who we were before.
Yeah.
I don't we don't really like all this attention."
Yeah.
Like, he just admitted being preferring to be a super secret giant behind the scenes corporation that nobody paid attention to.
Yeah. Same with JBS, meat packing company. Like, who really was paying attention to that stuff? And I think it's all part of the Great Reset,
Yeah.
Creating the chaos and creating the order out of the chaos, and so on. So,
well, we'll see what Anonymous can dig up on Elon. I would be very interested to see what kind of hack they can pull off on him.
Yep. And just for because we're in kind of a Bitcoin section here, the big news out of the weekend from the Bitcoin 2021 conference, which a lot of it was pretty cringe, a lot of yelling and stuff like that. But this is CNBC.com. El Salvador looks to become the world's first country to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender.
Yeah.
Big deal here for a country to use Bitcoin as legal tender. There was a very emotional presentation from Jack Mallers, who's the guy behind a company called Strike, who's working on remittances and stuff like that. And I condensed this, it's like a 24-minute presentation, or maybe like 22-minute presentation, down to a couple clips under 2 minutes, or I guess the other one is a little over 2 minutes, just to get an idea here, because it plays into the sentiments of why people are really into Bitcoin and why it can be useful for the world, and I get it. I get the arguments about, like, oh, this is the beginning of a one world currency and all that. But, it's one of those issues where, okay, but what if it's helping people that are being destroyed by the US dollar? And by the way, Jack Mallers here, after this presentation, he was completely banned on Twitter, which makes no sense because, the other Jack, Dorsey, was at the conference. So he was like jealous that Jack Mallers got all the attention or something?
Into him in the hallway. Jack just takes out his personal, he gets mad at somebody or feels insulted and just bans them.
Yeah. Jack Mallers is also the guy who sponsored the Bitcoin car for the Indy 500 last weekend. So anyway, here's a couple clips from the presentation.
So the Federal Reserve, anyone know what that is? Central banks are increasingly taking actions that may cause harm to the economic stability of developing countries and emerging markets. This is a huge deal and a huge problem. The large-scale printing of dollars by the Federal Reserve has an unintended spillover that's drastically impacting the quality of life of those less privileged and those that need help in developing and emerging markets. And we're facing unprecedented times, check all the data you want, that we haven't seen for a century. This is real, and it's happened, and it's happening now, and it's really scary. El Salvador is a great example. It's a country that uses the dollar because in a civil war they lost their own currency. It's a country where over 20% of the GDP is inbound remittance. It's how capital is influx into the economy. However, of that GDP, fees can be upwards to 50%. What that does is it causes individuals to rely on crime and violence, and it ruins the security of the country. But if you rewind those steps, if you can fix the money, you can fix the world.
Ooh,
So
well, quite a quote there. If you can fix the money, you can fix the world.
Yeah, sorry about the connection there. I don't know what's going on with some of my hardware. It's doing some stuff that's not great with the static and everything, but I think we got it under control. So Jack goes on here and talks about how he moved to El Salvador and how he, got to know the local community there and just immersed himself in there and started to get people onto Bitcoin, open, because people there don't have bank accounts. They don't even have access to bank accounts. They can't, their ATMs don't work, but there's a local economy there. But they have cell phones. So this is the second half. And I edited this together again to shorten everything. And included in this clip is a message from the president of El Salvador.
And so then I got a message on behalf of the president of the country. And I met more of the government. And I became friends with the security guards. It's a big rifle. And they dropped some really heavy stuff on me. Over 70% of the active population in El Salvador doesn't have a bank account. They're not in the financial system. They had a huge problem of financial inclusivity and providing their citizens with basic human freedom. And so they asked me to help write a bill, and that they viewed Bitcoin as a world-class currency, and that we needed to put together a Bitcoin plan to help these people and give them hope and give them a quality of life, and that you can live where you're born in, you don't have to leave, and when you send money home, they're not going to take fucking half of it. And so with all that being said, I'd like to invite now someone I've spent some time with to share a message.
So emotional.
And I'm president of El Salvador. Ask almost anyone what they think about the future, and they will say something along the lines of nuclear war, climate catastrophe, hunger, pestilence, the death of life. We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. That is why next week, I will send to Congress a bill that will make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador. In the short term, this will generate jobs and help provide financial inclusion to thousands outside the formal economy. And in the medium and long term, we hope that this small decision can help us push this economy into the right direction.
Central banks are increasingly taking actions that may cause harm to the economic stability of El Salvador. That in order to mitigate the negative impact from central banks, it becomes necessary to authorize the circulation of a digital currency with a supply that cannot be controlled by any central bank and is only altered in accord with the objective and calculable criteria.
The guy is so emotional.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's poured his kind of life work into helping these people in El Salvador, and for him to get the government to do this is kind of a big deal, at least to him.
Okay. Yeah.
And I cut out a lot of the stuff about him meeting the local people there, and he met this one guy who's a fisherman, and he doesn't have a bank account, he doesn't have credit cards, doesn't have debit cards or anything like that, and how this guy Jack showed him how to start getting Bitcoin and use it in the local economy, and how it basically gave him hope and all that kind of stuff.
What's the thing? Yeah, okay, I get it. He's stoked. I mean, it's a big deal for El Salvador to be officially recognizing Bitcoin as a currency.
Mm-hmm. Panama is hinting that they might be next. So this could be the beginning of a domino effect in terms of countries that are willing to do this. And this brings up an interesting question, because in essence, Bitcoin is sort of an enemy to the US dollar. Trump came out, I don't have the clip here, but Trump came out and said he still doesn't like Bitcoin. I think over the weekend, he's like, I don't get Bitcoin. I think it's a scam. I'm all about the US dollar, which I'm like, ugh, I don't know.
He loves his Illuminati dollars, man. He's in the system.
I just don't get the whole, I get that it's kind of an America first message with that, but also the US dollar is just, it's destroyed countries. This
is also a generational thing, man.
Yeah,
anybody, all the rich guys who are over 60, I would even say there's some 60-year-olds, any rich guy over 70 is completely, vehemently, aggressively against Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a generational thing. Not to say that Bitcoin is any sort of savior. That's not really our point.
No, that's not the point either.
This is going to be interesting because the real hardcore Bitcoin people, they're sort of libertarian, anarcho-capitalist types. And I think we're going to see a lot of Bitcoin people moving to El Salvador.
Yeah, especially because the president of El Salvador tweeted yesterday, 1, great weather, world-class surfing beaches, beachfront properties for sale. 2, one of the few countries in the world with no property tax. 3, no capital gains tax for Bitcoin since it will be a legal currency. That's fantastic because in America, I think capital gains tax can be upwards of like 40%. If you live in California and you have less than a year of capital gains tax, it's like 43% right now. So it's out of control. Number 4, immediate to permanent residence for crypto entrepreneurs. So there you go. He's really the marketing to open up El Salvador to the world's wealthy. In terms of that whole concept is a brilliant idea to do this.
Well, it's brilliant for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're not suggesting anybody go buy Bitcoin and move to El Salvador. But from the El Salvadorian government perspective, they're in a tough spot. They don't really have their own effective currency. They've been using the dollar because the Civil War, ruined their own currency. It's just in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And with the economic troubles comes crime and things like that. So, this is a response. This is the correct response when a different country bans Bitcoin or talks about banning Bitcoin, because the problem is that Bitcoin is such a big force now, and there's so many people who are on board and making money from it, that I think you'll have a huge influx of Bitcoin millionaires moving to El Salvador. It's going to bring an incredible boom to their economy, or at least that would be sort of the surface level analysis. We'll see if it actually happens or not.
Yeah.
But for a country that doesn't really seem to have a whole lot of other options, I could see how this would be an enticing way for them to try to bounce back and fill their country with millionaires versus, just having it sort of languish in a economy-less sort of void.
Yeah. Yeah. So just something interesting. I think we'll see some develop. We've already seen a lot of interesting developments surrounding cryptocurrencies this year. I still think central banks are going to issue central bank digital currencies. The digital yuan is already out there.
Yeah.
The digital dollar, I think, may take some more time. The U.S. is just so slow on acting on this stuff. Inflation's taking place, but there's philosophical differences between the pro-government economists who are like, oh, it's not really happening, to other people that are like, yeah, it's happening. Have you looked at the gas? It's just very interesting how the controllers themselves, the people that are close to the money printing press, seem to have a different opinion about the U.S. dollar than everybody else.
Yeah.
Recent news about Russia starting to get rid of their dollars. It's a big problem. It is a big problem because, and I don't think people in the U.S. think about that in terms of like the short term effects. Long term, you got the mark of the beast, all that stuff. I get that. Short term, if Russia's like, hey, we're getting rid of all of our dollars, and if like China starts doing that, all these big countries start doing that, where are all those dollars going? They're coming back home. And you know what that means? Crazy inflation in America.
Another inflationary force.
Crazy inflation. So that means a loaf of bread becomes $50, $100, whatever. It'll be out of control. I don't know if that'll ever happen.
It's already crazy. I saw gas recently that was like $5.20.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Anywho,
so it's just one of those hedges against that, where if you can hold some Bitcoin for the short term, it's going to eat up that inflation instead of being stuck with a salary and stuff that's losing purchasing power every day.
Right.
So I don't know. That's my armchair 2 Satoshis economic analysis from a podcaster. So don't take any of it as financial advice or any kind of financial, analysis of any kind of weight. But there you go. That's just my take on things.
Okay. Well, I think it's about time we check in with the aliens.
Aliens.
Where are the aliens?
Aliens. We're made by the aliens.
We're coming closer to disclosure, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, some stuff was supposed to happen in June, July, also one of the target dates. And just in time, independent.co.uk comes out with a headline, Obama predicts new religions could arise if proof of aliens discovered. Oh, man. Here we go. Former President Barack Obama predicted that concrete evidence of alien life would fundamentally change global society in an interview published Tuesday with the New York Times. Speaking with Ezra Klein on the Ezra Klein Show, the 44th president was confronted with a potential scenario in which humans had verified that alien life was probing the Earth. Strange way to put that. Okay, but as of yet, had no way of making contact with the mysterious beings. Mr. Obama replied that his overall political viewpoints would likely not differ, while predicting that many people around the world would see their own philosophies challenged and a whole host of new discussions would arise. Quote, "It's interesting. I wouldn't change my politics at all because my entire politics is premised on the fact that we are these tiny organisms on this little speck floating in the middle of space," said Mr. Obama. Quote, "But no doubt there would be immediate arguments about, like, well, we need to spend a lot more money on weapon systems to defend ourselves. New religions would pop up." The former president continued, quote, "And who knows what kind of arguments we get into. We're good at manufacturing arguments for each other." Which I think is a little bit of the truth slipping out there as far as
tiny organisms.
Are you just doing an Obama impression?
I'm trying. It didn't really work out too well. I stopped because it just didn't come out right. But yeah, it's weird that he called us tiny organisms.
I mean, I don't know. That's just sort of what these sort of science worshiping people like. That's sort of poetic and metaphorical for them. And, it just shows that we have perspective, man. But what I thought was interesting was this quote here. "We're good at manufacturing arguments for each other." Now, he's kind of saying that in a sense of like humans, we just don't get along. But coming from like an Illuminati figurehead, and especially a highly contentious one, an elite saying, "We're good at manufacturing arguments for each other." The word manufacturing there is really telling. Like, yes, you specifically are very good at manufacturing arguments for one another. Your divide and conquer mastermind. Let's keep going. His remarks come ahead of the expected release of an unclassified report from the U.S. Department of Defense detailing unexplained phenomena involving unidentified flying objects and American military personnel. Former U.S. Navy pilots have detailed yada, yada, yada. Goes into everything we've been talking about for years. Little thing from the White House here. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki addressed the report's release last month at a daily news briefing, telling reporters that the extent of the information to be released was up to the discretion of the Director of National Intelligence. Yeah, there you go. That's it. So Obama's ready. He's ready for the new alien religions. Another opportunity for him to manufacture arguments for one another.
That was the point I was going to make, is that he's manufacturing this unsound argument and also old argument that, it's interesting. The people in our community have been addressing this topic of how a disclosure of aliens, in the scientific sense, a biological entity or civilization that is not originally of Earth, allegedly, that most likely arose from some evolutionary process, like Richard Dawkins suggests. Would it create a new religion? Sure, there would be like new forms of worshiping these people or entities or whatever. But in terms of people within, especially like the monotheistic religions, which is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they've been talking about quote unquote aliens for a very, very long time. You know, it's a conversation that's taken place for centuries. So it's not new, and it wouldn't necessarily affect them, other than to say that there are philosophical or theological renderings from each arm of the monotheistic religions to be able to adopt the narrative of some kind of alien thing. We had the Pope. I don't know if you remember, Basil, but like I think it was 2013, maybe even before that, where the Pope came out and was like, "Oh yeah, I'd baptize aliens," and or maybe it was a Vatican official or something like that. But yeah, they came out and said that they'd baptize aliens. You have Islam has talked about it. Judaism's a little different. The rabbis said that the Jews are the aliens that come from another planet or whatever. So yeah, it's not really.
Well, I kind of agree with you, but I'm also going to push back because I don't think it's not a big deal. So first of all, we already have alien religions. Mm-hmm. Like that, there's plenty of those. You go down to the southwest of the U.S., we got alien religions all over the place, and the Raelians being a big sort of global manifestation of that as well. So as far as like existing alien religions, that's already a thing. So when you referring to Barack Obama's comment about new religions, I think, of course, there would be sort of new religions, I guess. But I do kind of push back on what you're saying about it wouldn't be a big deal for Catholics and the.
I didn't say it wouldn't be a big deal. I'm just saying they have a position ready to go.
But when you talk about the prophesied one world religion that we know would be coming and has its connections and roots with the Antichrist and everything surrounding the book of Revelation, the book of the Revelation, it's not necessarily about new religions. It's about the conglomeration of the three power centers of religion, being the Abrahamic religions. And, I think there is a form of new religion that has been predicted is not quite the right word, but by, academics and scholars who are focused on the end times narrative, where the Abrahamic religions have a potential to see sort of a mass deception that combines all three Abrahamic religions to include sort of extraterrestrial Messiah coming down.
And that was the premise of Age of Deceit in 2011, and I don't necessarily think that that's off the table, because it would obviously shake up especially your normie kind of follower of any kind of religion or any kind of spirituality, because I think a lot of New Age type of philosophies and religions will easily adopt aliens into their whole. There's
plenty of room for it, within the New Age.
But you're right in the sense that yes, it will sort of in the minds of many, it will create a level playing field for the existing traditions, especially the major monotheistic religions, to come together in a sense of like, hey, maybe Jesus was an alien. That's part of the whole, and it ties into the New Age thing there. But I agree with you there. But what I'm saying is that there's, in terms of, when I say not a big deal, I'm not saying that like people, like your day-to-day people aren't going to make a big deal about it, but I just don't see it as, until we see like activity, either these alleged aliens like step out publicly and like, hey, here I am, I'm an alien, or or some kind of, even with like a dead body, I don't know that would even do it. I think it would have to be like a living thing, like, hey, here's President Biden and his new president of the world, or whatever of the world, some other world alien ambassador guy, and here they are on the lawn talking about hairy legs or whatever. that kind of thing would have more impact. So until that happens, I don't think just proof of aliens discovered is going to change much of anything other than affirm certain biases of people that exist in all kinds of fractured or fragmented, the society that is fragmented already. So I don't know. I think we I don't think we're on different planes here. I think you're just kind of coming at it from a position that we had, been on for a long time regarding this issue. And I think for me, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying it's going to have to be, because especially scripturally speaking, it does say that God sends a strong delusion. It's gotta be something pretty intense when it all goes down.
I guess what I'm not understanding, what you're saying is that if the government comes out and says, yes, there's definitely aliens, there you go. We got the proof. Here's some proof. They're here. They're flying around. We don't know much more than that, but yeah, they're definitely there. I guess what I'm saying, I don't think the very next day the Pope and and all the leaders of the world religions are going to get together and make some huge announcement. But it's definitely a big turning point that will start the process.
Sure.
Because once you have the proof, then it's a short leap to say, oh yeah, and here's Gazorpazorp. He's been here for a while, and now that we've reached a point where we have confirmed their existence, he's revealed himself, and yada yada yada. And that may never happen. Probably won't happen. It's kind of like the most fantastical idea as far as it's sort of I don't know. It's hard to imagine that actually happening. But what it does is signal the beginning of a shift in sort of the consciousness of regular human beings. Whereas once the idea of aliens was sort of shrouded in mystery, and everybody who talked about aliens is sort of considered some kind of alternative thinker or, into weird stuff, where now it becomes an accepted viewpoint within, the scientific community or something. Even that on a social level is a pretty big shift. Whether or not overnight Biden comes out with his alien ambassador and the Pope says, let's worship these aliens, just on a basic mass consciousness level, it's going to be a huge shift.
Well, that was my whole thesis, though, with this whole thing, this whole psyop here.
Oh, so I just said it better?
No, I mean, I'm just no. The whole thesis has been that the UFO thing with Congress is meant to shift academics, certain types of cosmology, like the pillars of mainstream science, because that itself is a religion, by the way, the way it's constructed and operates. It's come to the point where, unless there is, some kind of shifting of the narrative and the proof, it's hit a wall. There really isn't much more other than a standard materialistic, almost a nihilistic view on things. Yeah,
you're talking about the secular mindset.
The secular mindset.
It does not have a lot of room for expansion at this point.
Philosophical materialism has kind of failed to explain reality.
It's hit a dead end for sure.
It's a dead end. So, and this has been ongoing for this past decade. And so adding the alien agenda into that helps revive scientific materialism or reductionist materialism, because it's like, oh, hey, there's more that we don't understand. And what people don't realize, I guess, is that they are tapping into a more spiritual conversation, a religious conversation, if we're talking about entities that are beyond humans, because humans are, what do you call them? Tiny, what is it?
Tiny specks. That's he just stole that from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Tiny
that's not
organisms.
Interesting.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying. Well, that's what I'm saying though. He stole that from Neil deGrasse Tyson because he's one of the pillars. Although he's been getting a lot of backlash with this alien stuff. I don't know if you've noticed that.
He's a mega anti-alien person.
He's getting a lot of hate from from all
it's
the people
really
that used
funny
to love him.
to watch.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess it's I don't know. This doesn't really shake me too much, or make it just kind of confirms a bias about.
You're talking about Obama?
Yeah,
saying
the
this?
Obama religion, new religion thing.
Of course, it doesn't shake it.
okay.
We've been talking about the alien deception religion for years.
Yeah.
At least 10 years. So, but it's just funny having it come from his mouth as maybe one of the biggest influencers of certain generations in America. It's anybody could say, hey, there's going to be alien religion.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean anything. But when Obama, the sort of, I don't know, spokesperson of millennial Illuminati handlership comes out and says it, it'll make it into mainstream consciousness. So,
and plus,
anyways, we're just going in circles.
I know. And they presuppose that aliens means a biological entity that evolved on another planet. That's kind of the thing here that I think we need to make sure to have the conversation about with, friends, family, whatever. With Obama, the new religion, that's kind of what he's addressing with aliens. Most, I guess in secular culture, if you say aliens, that's what you're referencing. But to people that are into our stuff or our, just our worldview, the word aliens doesn't mean the same thing.
Right.
They are things that exist for sure. And we're not saying they don't exist, but their place of origin and their purpose and everything else is completely different. They're the identifiers. That's what I mean by kind of been talking about this for centuries, So anyway, let's move on. I have another thing here. This one's from Trump. Always love the Trump. And I love this artwork. This is from Deseret News. And this artwork is great. It's a UFO with a Republican elephant.
That is fun.
And the headline here, is there a conservative position on UFOs and aliens? Everyone from Barack Obama to Donald Trump is weighing in on the upcoming government report about mysterious sightings. Here's what it says here. A forthcoming report has both Democrats and Republicans weighing in on unidentified flying objects, leading to a question the Pentagon is unlikely to address. Is there partisan divide when it comes to ET? Great. While there's no official party line on the subject...
Because if there's not, we need to create one.
I was going to say, this is going to be the... You Republicans, and you hate alien haters.
Yeah, we must create the divide.
Not all aliens are illegal aliens. While there's no official party line on the subject, some big names have been talking about UFOs lately, including Harry Reid and Donald Trump, and even a prominent journal of conservative thought has taken on the topic. Reid, a former Democratic leader of the Senate, has said he is fascinated by UFOs, having grown up in rural Nevada, a few hours' drive away from the extraterrestrial highway that leads to Area 51, classified U.S. Air Force facility. In 2007, Reid was one of the 3 lawmakers, 2 Republicans and a Democrat, who helped to secure funding for the study of UFOs. Trump, the former president, recently sounded skeptical of extraterrestrial visitors in an interview, saying that he doesn't want to ruin anyone's fun, but that he is, quote, not such a believer. Quote, I'm sort of a believer in what you see, Trump said recently on the Dan Bongino show. But some people are. What? But some people are, period. I don't want to hurt their dreams or their fears. Interesting, what, their dreams about aliens and their he doesn't want to hurt their fears? What are you talking about? I don't get what he's crazy. It was just Trump.
Who said that? Dan Bongino?
No, I think Trump said it.
Oh. Well, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Let the record show, however, that the order to release the much anticipated report on what the government calls unidentified aerial phenomena was a provision of a COVID-19 relief package signed by then President Trump. The latest survey data shows that Democrats are slightly more likely than Republicans to believe that UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin, as opposed to being natural phenomenon or human-made. More Democrats than Republicans also say they want the government's UFO intelligence made public. This doesn't mean that the GOP can take over the Democrats' claim to be the party of science, given Republicans are more likely to believe in Bigfoot than Democrats, according to one poll. Man, this is getting very complicated. The Democrats like aliens more than Republicans, but Republicans are more likely to push Bigfoot. Okay, the truth is out there. We've been promised by Mulder and Scully, the alien-hunting FBI agents on the television show The X-Files. Whether we'll get to the truth in the Department of Defense report expected by June 25th is another story. The New York Times reported Thursday that 2 senior administration officials briefed on the report said it offers no definitive answers on where the mysterious spacecraft spotted by military pilots come from, who was flying them, or came from, who was flying them. Meantime, here's why some Republicans might be more inclined to stand with Trump on this issue than to believe in ET. There's some tweet here. Trump tells Bongino that he's not such a believer. I don't know if we want to play the clip. Is this a clip to be played? Do you want to play it?
I'm not really interested in whether Dan Bongino is a believer in aliens.
If it flies like a duck. While the GOP doesn't have an official position on UFOs, it does have a voice in 2 widely read conservative publications, National Review Online and The Daily Wire, both recently published online essays skeptical of alien visitors. And we don't have to get into all that. It's, your typical... It's interesting, though, because those arguments are from the more scientific, the traditional scientific view of, like... what was that thing? I can't remember what it's called, where there's like a paradox where if we haven't seen them yet, if they exist, why haven't we seen them yet? Do you remember what that was called?
Is it the I was going to say Fermi paradox, but I don't think that's it.
I don't know if this is Fermi's paradox. Maybe somebody in the chat remembers.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the arguments made there are from the scientific viewpoint of it, the traditional scientific viewpoints of aliens. A minority belief, a writer for the Washington Post recently concluded that there is rare bipartisan agreement on the subject of UFOs.
Yeah, it is the Fermi paradox.
Is it?
Nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Citing, among other things, Obama's remarks and GOP Senator Marco Rubio's concern about sightings over U.S. military bases. Yada, yada, yada. We get it.
I don't know if I do get it. What exactly is this article trying to say?
Okay, well, we'll get to the bottom here. A minority belief... Hold on, let me see. No, fascination and fear. This is the last paragraph here. Regardless of what Obama or Trump say, Americans' thoughts on UFOs are more likely to have been influenced by Hollywood than by political leaders, according to an NBC report. From the 1982 film E.T., the Extraterrestrial, to the 1996 thriller Independence Day, to the comic Men in Black trilogy, filmmakers have long exploited consumers' fascination and fear about aliens visiting Earth. Men in Black director Barry Sonnenfeld told NBC's Daniel Arkin, quote, "If there are aliens out there, I can't imagine they're nice, and I don't think we deserve to be treated particularly nicely. Let's face it, humans are the virus of the planet." Whoa there. While Sonnenfeld's political leanings are unclear, his, quote, "humans are the virus" take is definitely not a conservative view. But don't worry, you can be a Republican and welcome our alien overlords in good conscience. In good conscience, as conservative commentator Matt Walsh recently said on Facebook, quote, "When it comes to aliens, I'm going to be the only guy at the Daily Wire who doesn't get immediately zapped with the death ray." Okay. And Scholes, the author of, quote, "They Are Already Here," said that belief in aliens and UFOs is not necessarily incompatible with religious faith. In fact, some research suggests that people who aren't religious are more inclined to believe in aliens than the religious, quote, "because humans in general crave meaning whether they go to church or not," Scholes said. Quote, "After all, the idea that there are more advanced beings out there and that there's something more to the universe than just this life on Earth is not so different from the basic idea behind most religions," she said. As Reed, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, said in his New York Times essay, quote, "I have never intended to prove that life beyond Earth exists, but if science proves that it does, I have no problem with that." Hey, that speaks to my point earlier. No problem for the Mormons. So I don't know. I don't know that there is a point. I think the point is that it's not so clear whether if you're a Republican or Democrat, if you're for aliens or against it.
No, the point is, hey, elites, the alien issue is not divisive enough. So let's pick up the rhetoric here. We need to create some division. Let's do this. Either that or, again, just another example of why aliens would become sort of the focal point accepted by both sides to, be used as a tool for a one world government or a one world religion or a one world currency or anything. It is sort of in essence a globalist fantasy that there was something bigger. I mean, that's how the playbook has always worked. Something bigger to give reason for a centralization of power. They'll call it for unity or coming together or whatever, but really it's just for centralizing power. Whether they, they never let a good disaster go to waste, whether it's a pandemic to try to bring people together, whether it's a terrorist attack, whatever it is, aliens coming down, it's a good excuse to take drastic steps to centralize power again, just creates a sort of divine ruling class that can do whatever they want.
And it's interesting because the elites have a couple options here, because they have the Alex Jones narrative.
We were made by the aliens.
That's one possibility, right? That, we've proved aliens and all signs point to we are the creation of this alien civilization. The other one is we're being invaded by aliens and we must come together to fight the invading aliens. And actually,
it can work either way.
Years ago,
or one and then the other.
Well, I was going to say, years ago, I had this theory that I think I wrote it in the blog, the Face Like the Sun blog that got taken out. What might happen is we're going to have our alien brothers revealed to us first. That like, hey, here are the good guy aliens, but we got to prepare because the bad guy alien is coming to get us, and that's the return of Jesus Christ.
That is a good thing to point out.
Yeah.
That is sort of all these conversations presuppose that there is one group of aliens that are, have the same motivation and that we can respond to uniformly. When, it may be the case, and I don't think that it gets talked about enough in the conversation, that in the sort of disclosure, it may be revealed that there is multiple factions of aliens, all with different motivations and different consequences. And then not only do you just have like one global response to aliens, you have to have, then you get politics involved. Well, Republicans support the Gazorpazorps while Democrats support the Flebians. No, even more of a reason to go to war.
I mean, I kind of laid it out there, but I think the idea that the quote unquote good guy aliens come first, and then get humanity to unite to fight against the bad alien that's coming really fits the narrative of
he's wearing white robes and he's riding a space horse.
He's coming on the clouds. He's coming on the clouds. He's here to harvest half of humanity. Right. The rapture and all that.
Disappear.
Yeah. Thanos.
All right. Well, let's keep moving. We got some Waccine stuff to get into.
Waccine.
A pandemic special.
Okay, folks, we're going to start out here coming from BaytownSun.com, covering Southeast Harris, Chambers County, and Southwest Liberty County. The headline is the latest. County death toll falls with methodology change.
What?
Isn't it funny how that happens? A Northern California county has changed its methodology to record coronavirus deaths, causing its fatality figures to decrease by 25%. Imagine that. when you stop counting the people who die in motorcycle accidents as COVID deaths, your numbers are going to go down. The official COVID-19 death count of Alameda County in the San Francisco Bay Area fell from 1,634 to 1,223, after officials changed the criteria for fatalities to match state and national definitions.
So what was happening
regular
before?
Math, if they start doing regular math that everybody else is doing, imagine that. The fatalities fall. Previously, the county had included any person who died while infected with the virus. The Alameda County Public Health Department says its methodology change does not disproportionately impact reported deaths for any specific race, ethnic group, or zip code. Okay, good, I guess. Nobody was asking, but I guess you do need the virtue signal.
They're woke.
It is California. Statewide, more than 62,000 people have died from the coronavirus. So there you go. This is just another example of what we've been seeing recently is only after the vaccine has been made available, everybody starts recounting the deaths with, I don't know, maybe the more logical approach at counting deaths, which is counting people who died of the coronavirus and not counting anybody who hasn't.
Well, even then. We covered all that stuff last year, but even then it's kind of hard to nail down exactly, what the cause of death was.
Yeah, and again, just to point out the details, it says previously the county had included any person who died while infected with the virus, which included, gunshot victims, motorcycle accidents. I mean, those are the two most fun examples, but stuff like that. But they still have not. The problem that we've seen in the past is not just the really obvious ones, but it's the comorbidity factors, which is like, someone has cancer and diabetes and whatever, and then they catch COVID and die. And it's like, okay, yeah, all right, he was technically infected with coronavirus, but it's kind of misleading to say that it was a coronavirus death. That's the more sort of subtle version that they have not corrected for, but at least they're doing their best.
Well, and plus what we reported a year ago or many months ago was how the World Health Organization was their training was basically telling the practitioners to count deaths using their judgment.
Yeah.
Especially if they weren't lab confirmed corona cases.
There was no clinical confirmation of these deaths. It's just kind of like, whoever, you just write it, whatever, check the box or don't, whatever. But if you do, you'll get some more money.
Yeah, it was incentivized with cash, which is another problem. But this is just another one of those things where things come out, and they course correct, and nobody's paying attention to this little story because it's only less than a couple thousand people on the list here.
But one county in California. Speaking of another little story, I'll just run through real quick this one.
Sure.
This one is coming from NBCLosAngeles.com. And the headline is temperature checks now thought to be useless to screen for COVID-19.
Really?
Oh, the temperature checks where you had somebody point a gun at your head every time you walked into an airport or a store or anything. It turns out it was useless. Surprise, surprise. When you enter doctors' offices, hospitals, gyms, and many other businesses in Southern California, you will still get your temperature taken before being allowed inside. A method used for over a year to screen people for COVID-19. But now, the CDC and some medical experts say temperature screenings are useless and even misleading. Quote, temperature screening will miss many, many people with infections, said Dr. Jeff Klausner.
Oh, it's the other way.
Yes.
It's going to miss the people who are infected. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, see? Which we'll get into the whole breakdown of this, but let's get a few more details. Said Jeff Klausner, a preventative medicine specialist at USC's Keck School of Medicine. But over the course of 2020, the CDC examined cases of 766,044 travelers entering the U.S. who were screened for temperatures and other symptoms. The report says only one case of COVID found for every 85,000 travelers screened. The CDC now concluded, quote, symptom-based screening programs are ineffective. Quote, I think temperature screenings are problematic because many times people can have COVID without a fever, said USC's Dr. Klausner. These are the numbers. Then they go into the numbers for Los Angeles, things like that. Let me skip down just a bit. The NBC4 team has found another problem with temperature screenings, specifically with the accuracy of no-touch thermometers used by most businesses. Last summer, the team's Joel Grover tried out 5 popular no-touch thermometers sold online. With the help of registered nurse Alice Benjamin, a professor at the Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science, Nurse Benjamin first took Grover's temperature with a standard oral thermometer, which gave a reading of 98.5 within range considered normal. But 2 of the 5 no-touch thermometers gave reading of about 3 degrees less. That's well out of the range of normal. Yes. They're a corpse. Quote, as a healthcare professional, that concerns me, said Benjamin. Other medical experts also told the team they also have concerns about no-touch thermometers. I think these devices in general are less reliable and less accurate, said Dr. James Lawler of the Global Center for Health Security at the University of Nebraska. Even though the CDC now says temperature checks are ineffective, LA's County Department of Public Health is still recommending that businesses do them. And isn't that just the way California does things? Don't worry, the CDC says everything's fine. CDC says, oh, that's not good. Don't do that. California is like, no, we're going to do whatever we want because we love theater. Movie magic, baby. That could change June 15th when the state of California goes to a full reopening and further update protocols for preventing COVID-19. Quote, I think people got in the habit of doing temperature checks, said Dr. Klausner. He added, quote, it's tough to break a bad habit.
Oh, bad habits like the entire government of California.
Yeah.
And their horrible habit of overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah.
You know what this sounds like to me?
What?
It's Newsome science, baby! Ha!
This is Newsome science. Hey, they don't work, but keep using them.
Yeah.
Until June 15th, the day when things magically reopen for California.
When I can get credit from giving you your freedoms back. Vote for me, Governor Newsom. You know what? This also is kind of connected to the asymptomatic war, you know, and which is then connected to the vaccination war, which is, you know, the asymptomatic thing has gone back and forth so many times. First, it was asymptomatic people killing your grandma and destroying the world for everybody else. Then it was like, oh, well, asymptomatic spread, I mean, according to the actual science and not the politicians, is almost impossible. It's just extremely negligible according to studies that included millions of people. But, you know, it's a little bit harder to instigate complete control over the population if they're not afraid of every single person they see being a silent murderer of their loved ones. So they went back to keep on pushing the asymptomatic spread thing. And I think this thermometer thing is another weapon in the asymptomatic ideology wars. If you're going through the motions, again, California, they just love the idea of getting a gun pointed at their head every time they walk into the grocery store, even though it doesn't work, allegedly. But, you know, it just gives you, it's part of the security theater. We saw with the trauma, the group trauma of 9/11, we all got used to certain useless security protocols, most of them at the airport. which have been proven time and time again to be ineffective at stopping any sort of terrorism. But this is kind of the same thing. Get used to it. Take off your shoes before you go into the airport and let somebody point a gun at your head. It's fine. And there was a lot of criticism about the temperature taking at the very beginning of the pandemic, mostly from sort of fringy conspiracy folks of like, yeah, they're trying to get you into the habit of having a gun pointed at your head and obeying whatever rules they say. And this Dr. Klausner is confirming that exact thing. You know, it's a lot of people. His quote, I think a lot of people got in the habit of doing temperature checks, said Dr. Klausner. He added, it's tough to break a bad habit. So it was a year and a half of instilling trauma-based bad habits into people's brains. And yeah, they're not going to, even though they're useless, they're not going to get away from it. The mind control intensifies.
Yeah. I'm depressed. I just pulled up some articles. This first one from LA Times. COVID-19 state of emergency will last beyond June 15, Newsom says. And then California's...
But surely you were not expecting that to actually happen, right?
Yeah, there's enough people that are rebelling against it anyway. But then California's largest teachers union votes to oppose Newsom recall. Come on, teachers union. And then LA Times, judge and attorney in pivotal Newsom recall lawsuit were former law partners.
Say that one more time.
Judge and attorney in pivotal Newsom recall lawsuit were former law partners.
Oh, that's great. California is great.
Wait, is this good or bad? Hold on. I thought they were former, which means...
Are they former law partners with the prosecution or the defense?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because it could be really good or really bad. Because if it's moving forward, the people that are in charge of this recall are pro-Newsom, then there's a little conflict of interest there.
Mm-hmm. Not that would change anything.
Yeah, well, California's probably one of the more corrupt states. Anyway, I don't have to talk about it now.
Probably, he says.
Probably. Yeah. Well, New York's pretty corrupt too.
Yeah, and California is definitely one of the more corrupt states.
I don't know. Chicago or Illinois. Illinois is pretty corrupt.
Just because Illinois is corrupt does not mean California is not corrupt.
I didn't say
what
California.
Corrupt, definitely.
I didn't say California was not corrupt.
I know. It's not. I'm just, oh my gosh, keep moving.
Okay. All right.
What do we got next?
Moving on here. We have, we're skipping the brain syndrome from Canada, and we are going to Zero Hedge. I get the Zero Hedge article. Virologist who told Fauci SARS-CoV-2 potentially engineered just nuked his Twitter account. And the article reads, and it's gone. This shows the screenshot of K.G. Anderson, who's a Scripps scientist. At least he won't have to keep blocking pesky questions from inquiring minds. There's a question here from Zero Hedge. Dear Christian Anderson, and at KG Anderson, what exactly in our question prompted you to block us? Because I guess he blocked Zero Hedge. And here's another tweet from Zero Hedge. Dear KG Anderson, can you please explain what, quote, inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory or, quote, some features look engineered means? And it has the screenshot of the email sent by Christian Anderson to Fauci, where he mentioned that part of the virus looked potentially engineered. It was sent on January 31st of 2020. A California virologist who told Anthony Fauci that COVID-19 looks potentially engineered and inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory, only to reverse course and publish a natural origin paper 8 weeks later before receiving a multi-million-dollar NIH grant, has deleted more than 5,000 tweets. Christian G. Anderson, who runs the Anderson Lab in La Jolla, California, wrote in a February 1st email to Fauci, quote, the unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome, less than 0.1%, so one has to look really closely at all the sequences to see some of the features potentially look engineered, end quote. adding that he and his team found, quote, the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. Anderson was responding to an article sent to him by Fauci exploring the origins of the virus. The next day, Fauci sent an urgent email to his deputy, Hugh, oh boy,
Auchincloss.
Auchincloss. I was going to say Auchincloss. Auchincloss. With the subject, important, writing, Hugh, it is essential that we speak this AM. Keep your cell phone on. Read this paper as well as the email that I will forward you. You'll have tasks today that must be done.
Ooh, that's a firm master, Fauci is.
The document attached was titled, quote, Barik Shi et al. Nature Medicine SARS Gain of Function PDF. So, right after one of Fauci's trusted scientific advisors suggests COVID-19 could be man-made, parenthetical, while Fauci and associates publicly dismissed the possibility as a conspiracy theory, he shot a research paper concerning gain-of-function research, which Fauci was funding at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, to his deputy. And now Anderson has deleted more than half of his tweets.
Mm-hmm.
Bad words. People upset that his stuff is deleted. Radical centrist, wrathful tantric deity tweeted out, Soup's weird that Christian deleted his anti-Lab Leak reply here after he saw my thread above. And then it shows her thread kind of going after him.
He's trying to clean up the evidence that he was towing the Fauci line and getting paid for it.
Yeah. Anderson claims that his old tweets are, quote, auto-deleted. What?
Sure.
Which would suggest a rolling automated process, not the sudden disappearance of over 5,000 tweets preceding March 7th, 2021. Another tweet from some guy named CHT, Prometheus AM. This is a lie because all tweets preceding March... Oh, just saying that the whole auto-delete thing is a lie. The deleted tweets come as internet sleuths begin to unravel Anderson's involvement with Fauci and the NIH. More tweets here. I don't know if they're worth reading.
No, not really. I think we get the point.
Yeah,
this Christian Anderson guy's in a bit of a panic, I think.
A little
bit of a panic.
He was quietly accepting millions, and all of a sudden this email comes out and spotlight all over him, and he doesn't like it.
Now, to be clear, he was accepting millions in funding from the NIH.
Yes, funding, yeah.
And one of the weird things we were talking about before the show, I didn't put together a collection to show it, but you can notice this. So we pointed out that Christian Anderson, he's with Scripps Health, and Scripps Health suddenly, I mean, we kind of knew it existed, but you didn't really ever hear much about Scripps Health. Kind of like Colonial Pipeline or JBS. You don't really hear about these companies until now. Scripps Health suddenly became a topic of news across the board. They were slipping in talks about a Scripps Health hack in some of those hacking articles. There's been a bunch of Scripps Health news right after this email. So a spotlight has definitely been shown, not just on Christian Anderson, but also Scripps Health. I wonder, did those NIH grants go to Scripps Health? Does Zero Hedge mention that?
I don't think it was Scripps Health. I think it was to his personal lab, is what the Zero Hedge article was suggesting.
Let's see here. Only to reverse course and publish a natural origin paper 8 weeks later before receiving a multi-million-dollar NIH grant. It doesn't really say the details of that. Oh, Christian G. Anderson, who runs the Anderson Lab in La Jolla.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that is very interesting. Yeah, well, it doesn't come as a surprise, but he is kind of a new player. It's just those FOIA requests can really reveal some new actors in the whole thing, which is interesting because of course, you know about Fauci, of course. He puts himself in the spotlight. You know about a lot of the players. You know about Peter Daszak with EcoHealth Alliance. You know about these guys because they're sort of the front men. But you can tell that this Christian Anderson guy was never planning to be Now, I'm not even saying he has like some major role in everything, but he is involved. And it does beg the question, is it even worth covering your tracks if everybody can actively watch you cover your tracks?
Yeah, what is I don't know. Maybe he has he's a lab scientist. He doesn't understand PR or like, perception management or anything like that. So he's probably just like a cockroach, with the light shined on him. He's like, "Ooh, what do I do? Delete."
Well, and to be clear, his Twitter account did not disappear. He did not delete it. He just went through and deleted 5,000 tweets, which makes me think that there is a service out there, or maybe, Fauci hooked him up with some sort of cyber PR type of cleaning service, because it would take forever to go through all of your tweets and delete 5,000 of them. I bet you got hooked up with some, company that you pay a fee, and you give them the password to your Twitter account, and they have a warehouse full of Russians who I think go through and delete.
No, I think that he deleted his account afterwards because his account is
totally
gone.
Nuked the account?
Totally gone.
Oh, interesting.
The account does not exist anymore.
Well, that is the faster way to do it.
Yeah, maybe he was going through delete, one at a time.
He's like,
and he got to a point. He's like, forget it. The whole thing. It's taking too long. I'm getting bombarded.
Oh, that's funny. Well, poor guy. Sure. He's probably panicking.
Poor guy. I'm not going to have any sympathy for this man.
He thought he could just get a couple $1,000,000, just, team up with Fauci. This was probably not like, he didn't really think about it too much. And now he's just totally panicking.
I wonder if he used his Fauci connection at like dinner parties. Like, hey, I have a one-on-one consultation.
I email Fauci.
Fauci all the time. People are like, and then his whole thing blows up. Part of the agenda, by the way, if you listen to the last episode, this is all part of the plan here. Just as a side note, I know you have a little segue into the new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a side note, according to BGR, which I'm sure is not corrupt whatsoever, can you guess the most corrupt states in the United States?
How many am I guessing?
Well, all of them, but based on their data, the most corrupt states in the United States: number 1, Vermont; number 2, Utah; number 3, Arizona.
That's Birdie's state.
Number 4, Oregon; 5, Colorado; 6, Idaho; 7, Iowa; 8, Minnesota; 9, Nebraska; 10, Washington. California doesn't even make the top 10. How about that?
Who is BGH and what is their deal?
I don't. Let's not pay attention to that. The point is,
I found a list that makes my point, so that's what we're doing.
BGR, by the way, and they're a leading online destination for news and commentary focused on the mobile and consumer electronics market.
That's why we've all heard of them. It's because they're a leading outlet.
You've never heard of BGR? Come on.
Come on.
They were mirrored by MSN, so they must be somewhat legit.
Everybody's been mirrored by MSN. That's MSN's whole business model. They don't write anything themselves.
Well, we haven't been mirrored by them.
Yes, we have.
By MSN?
Yeah, podcaster with googly eyes complains about banana prices.
Oh. That's not fun.
All right. Well, speaking of complaining about banana prices, NPR.org has a headline: a new type of COVID-19 vaccine could debut soon. New type of vaccine. A new kind of COVID-19 vaccine could be available as soon as this summer. It's what's known as a protein subunit vaccine. It works somewhat differently from the current crop of vaccines authorized for use in the U.S., but is based on a well-understood technology and doesn't require special refrigeration. Apparently, the current ones don't require special refrigeration either, as we learned. In general, vaccines work by showing people's immune system something that looks like the virus but really isn't. Consider it an advanced warning. If the real virus ever turns up, the immune system is ready to try to squelch it. The case of the coronavirus, that, quote, something, is one of the proteins in the virus, the spike protein.
Spike.
The vaccines made by Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, and Pfizer contain genetic instructions for the spike protein, and it's up to the cells in our bodies to make the protein itself. The first protein subunit COVID-19 vaccine to become available will likely come from the biotech company Novavax. In contrast to the 3 vaccines already authorized in the U.S., it contains the spike protein itself. No need to make it. It's already made, along with an adjuvant that enhances the immune system's response to make the vaccine even more protective. Protein subunit vaccines made this way have been around for a while. There are vaccines on the market for hepatitis B and pertussis based on this technology. What is pertussis?
I don't know. I got to look it up.
Look it up. A large test of the Novavax COVID-19 vaccine's effectiveness, conducted in tens of thousands of volunteers in the United States and Mexico, is about to wrap up.
Pertussis is a highly contagious airway infection that primarily affects children.
Okay. Dr. Gregory Glenn, president of the research and development for Novavax, told an audience at a recent webinar hosted by the International Society for Vaccines that, quote, we anticipate filing for authorization in the UK, US, Europe in the third quarter. Turning plants into factories. To make the virus protein, Novavax uses giant vats of cells grown in the lab. Oh my goodness. Whenever you hear the word vats, you know something sinister is going on. There's something about the word. But there's another way to make the protein. Get plants in a greenhouse to do it. Okay, before we go on, we just want to do a little bit of review and just gain an understanding of what we read so far. So this is not an mRNA vaccine. This is a protein subunit vaccine, which means they will just inject the spike protein directly into you with some other stuff. So you're not telling your own cells to create the spike protein, which is one of the spookiest parts about the mRNA vaccine, is that it turns your body into a factory for these spike proteins, which they thought was going to be awesome until they found out that spike proteins themselves are pretty dangerous and are the things causing a lot of the cardiovascular issues, a lot of the blood clotting issues. Turns out the spike protein itself is pretty dangerous, which is incredibly concerning when you consider that the mRNA vaccine turns your body into a factory for this harmful protein. Which I think makes the timing of this Novavax vaccine incredibly relevant. It's almost like they needed to wait until people were done with the mRNA idea. And they're like, oh, don't worry, ours is not mRNA. But instead of making your body into a factory for poison, they'll just cut out the middleman and just inject the spike protein directly into you, which is awesome. Now let's hear about the process here, because this is interesting. To make the virus protein, Novavax uses giant vats of cells grown in the lab. But there's another way to make the protein. Get plants in a greenhouse to do it. So instead of turning your body into the spike protein factory, we'll turn some plants into spike protein factories.
We reported on this several months ago with the tobacco plants.
That was part of our tobacco exploration. I think that was back in August or something. That's the approach being used by the Canadian biotech firm Medicago. The plants used are related to the tobacco plant and have been modified to contain the genetic instructions to make the viral protein. The plants do something very valuable. They make a lipid shell that surrounds a bunch of the viral proteins with the proteins sticking out. So again, back to this lipid shell, which is similar, if not the same thing, as the nanoparticles, the nanolipids that they created for the mRNA vaccine. But in this case, they just make it with the tobacco plant. And yes, our exploration of the tobacco plant was very interesting, and thanks to our very smart producers who explained, I think it was Numati, wasn't it?
It was. I have the
Producer
email pulled
Mark?
up if you want me to read it.
No, we get it. I mean, the point is that tobacco is a very interesting plant. They use it as a workhorse for a lot of molecule synthesizing, and that's what they did here. Quote, the plant will assemble the protein in a shape and form that is looking like the virus, says Natalie Landry, Chicago's executive vice president for scientific and medical affairs. Quote, so if you look at an image of it, it looks like a virus, but it cannot induce any disease. But when it's injected as a vaccine in your body, it will raise a good immune response. Early studies suggest Medicago's candidate vaccine does just that, and the company is confident enough in those findings that it's already begun a large study in people that could involve as many as 30,000 volunteers in 11 countries. Landry acknowledges that development of the Medicago COVID-19 vaccine has lagged behind others. Quote, we're a latecomer, but we're coming, she says. Another latecomer that's coming is the pharmaceutical giant Sonify. Its protein subunit vaccine against the coronavirus is also grown in cells in the lab. Late last year, the company was getting ready to mount a large study of blah, 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 blah. Then it goes into other companies.
Isn't it Sanofi or is it Sanofi?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, you're probably right. I've never read it out loud or heard it before. So
yeah.
So yeah, this is interesting. I think the timing of this is very interesting as well, because they're kind of hitting a wall as far as those who are willing to get the mRNA vaccine. Mm-hmm. And of course, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been sort of publicly racked with problems. So nobody wants that one either. That's why they give it to homeless people. That's just what they're doing. Don't get mad at me. So there you go. So it's time to roll out a new technology so you can kind of scoop up some of the people who didn't want the mRNA vaccine, but they want a more traditional vaccine. And, you know, again, this is just a bit of the money grab. Now, can they get the government contracts, Gons? That's going to be the key.
Sure. I had pulled up the article from salk.edu that we reference often.
Good.
With the headline, the novel coronavirus's spike protein plays additional key role in illness. And I just noticed that this whole research was done in La Jolla. Same place as same place as that guy is in La Jolla.
Oh, Christian Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
There must be something going on in La Jolla.
Yeah, La Jolla, Center for Coronavirus-related sort of B-string pharmaceutical
wars,
companies.
Yeah. The important part of the new study is the researchers created a pseudovirus that was surrounded by SARS-CoV-2 classic crown of spike proteins, but did not contain any actual virus. Exposure to this pseudovirus resulted in damage to the lungs and arteries of an animal model, proving that spike protein alone was enough to cause disease. Tissue samples showed inflammation and endothelial cells lining the pulmonary artery walls. The team then replicated this process in a lab, exposing healthy endothelial cells, which line arteries, to the spike protein. They showed that the spike protein damaged the cells by binding ACE2. This binding disrupted ACE2's molecular signaling to the mitochondria, causing the mitochondria to become damaged and fragmented. So that was the big breakthrough, which was, the spike protein itself causes damage to your body, your cells, healthy cells. So, hey, just get some jabs, just put that spike in your body, bro. Let's end the pandemic.
Now, I'm not a medical professional whatsoever, but every single one of these vaccines, it all revolves around the spike protein.
Yeah.
And is there nothing else? Is there no other way than to specifically focus on pumping your blood or creating your body to become a factory of the spike proteins? I mean, I guess the I understand the spike protein is kind of the thing that makes it so contagious and gives it a foothold in your body. And then it was originally thought that the spike proteins were just sort of a mechanism to help the virus. But now we know the spike proteins are also very dangerous, and we're still pumping them into people. So I don't know. Well, we'll see how that goes. But I think the timing of this specifically is trying to refer to the fact that nobody who hasn't gotten the vaccine wants it. And so that's when you start pumping out variations of the product. You know, if you make a product and every one of the products is blue, you hit a wall in the sales. Try making one in red. See if you can catch a couple more customers.
What are you, some kind of vax hesitant man?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah. Some kind of vax hesitant man.
I found this document and I'd like to go over it with you and everybody listening or watching out there. It's a PDF titled One-on-One Conversation Guide. I always love those conversation guides. It really does help carry the conversation.
You know, they're like, hey, we know you've been stuck inside for a year and a half. Talking to humans can be hard. Here's a guide.
Here's a guide to talk to people. And you and I were talking about it before, and we weren't sure if this was a document that is meant to for medical practitioners, because it does say it's made... well, it's called a guide for building COVID-19 vaccine trust and increasing vaccination rates among CNAs. One-on-one conversation guide. So basically, there's 4 columns here. The first column is if they say, which means, you know, if the hesitant person, if they say this, then you can respond with, and then there's 3 columns. You might say, you could ask, and you might close by saying. Which is a whole...
Yeah, so it's kind of a roadmap to respond
yes.
to the vaccine hesitance, you know, facts and concerns. And I'll be interested. I want to see. I have not read this because I wanted to respond live on the show. But I'm very curious. My expectation is that they are not going to represent well the anti-vax or vaccine hesitant talking points. So let's see.
Why don't you be the
that's
hesitant.
A great idea.
Yeah, you're the yellow there.
Right. So as usual, Gonz is trying to talk me into getting a vaccine.
As usual.
And so I'm going to say...
Get the jab. Jab. Go ahead.
The vaccine just appeared so quickly. It doesn't seem like they had enough time to test it. Oh, well, notice how they don't put the details of... Well, when you look at the timeline, they had the vaccine ready 3 days before it was even announced to be a public health concern. And, you know, okay, all right.
Stop talking. That's enough. That's enough, anti-vaxxer.
It's too much. They obviously didn't have an actual vax hesitant person help them with this.
No. All right, so under the column, you might say, in response to that, it was fast. It's kind of amazing that we live in a historic moment where things like this are possible and these vaccines become available as quickly as they did. It certainly helped that we had such a strong body of existing mRNA science to build on, that the whole world worked on with us on it. That's how we got this really effective vaccine in such a short time.
Oh, you sound like a real government-loving bootlicker brainwashed sheep, huh?
Yeah, that whole thing is a lie. Like that whole part is just a big lie. No, the whole world didn't work on it. No, the government, the NIH and NIAID gave a bunch of money to Moderna to finish this project and was doing phase 1 trials, you know, a few days before it was even announced to be a pandemic. But hey, you know,
sure. Well, I mean, they have been working on it for a while, but the point is,
sure, but
there's nothing of substance in there.
You could ask. Okay, so this is something I can ask you, Mr. Pandy Hezzy.
I'm not buying it.
Quote,
ask me a question.
What do you think about the fact that more than 120 million Americans are already fully vaccinated? Isn't it great that all of our residents have now been vaccinated and their families can visit again?
No, that's terrifying to me. It's a bad idea. I mean, have you seen the studies about the spike protein? We've basically turned half the country into factories for a very harmful toxin. That does concern me a lot. It's not great. I'm worried for you.
Well, let me close this conversation.
Get away from me. Don't shed your spike protein on me.
Let me close
Stop talking to me.
Let me close this conversation by telling you, do you know that you can talk to one of our health experts about the COVID-19 vaccines? They have office hours, or you can send them an email. Talking to an expert might help get your questions answered.
You know, I just don't trust them. They're getting paid to tell me what they're told to tell me. I think I'm going to log on to YouTube and watch.
Come on, man.
Vax Murder channel for my important information. Or better yet, I would respond by saying, have you listened to Canary Cry News Talk? They've been doing a great job of tracking the actual science in mainstream news over the past year and a half, and an incredible amount of their predictions have come true. And don't worry, they're not just like some crazy conspiracy theorists. They're just some independent thinking, rational guys who read the mainstream news and compare it to the actual science. You should check it out. Let me send you the link tree. It's linktr.ee/Canary Cry News Talk. They're on many platforms, so wherever you're a member of, you can see them on YouTube, you can see them on Rumble and Odyssey, but also you should subscribe to the podcast and also give them your money.
Are you talking about Basil and Gons? I've heard of them.
They are scum.
Okay, next thing here.
Okay.
You extract or what's the word I'm looking for?
I'm sorry. Yeah, hold on. But Gons, I'm worried that getting the COVID-19 vaccine will make it hard to get pregnant or hurt my child.
Well, first off, it'll be interesting if you get pregnant. But also, I know that making the right decision to protect you and your future child is important to you. Mothers who have chosen to get the vaccine have found that it protects not only them, but even their new babies. Huh?
Yeah, but what about the astronomical rise in what is it called? What is not abortions, but oh man, I'm messing this one up. What about the VAERS database?
Oh, the VAERS database. Ignore that. That's all.
Ignore
CDC,
the VAERS database.
Anyone can publish a VAERS thing. Well, have you seen the recent studies that show that women who are pregnant are at a higher risk for complications if they get COVID-19? Don't you want them? I mean, I know we say don't do all kinds of stuff when you're pregnant. You know, don't eat certain foods and whatever. Don't run. But
don't eat fish.
You don't eat fish.
Don't eat fish because you'll get mercury poisoning. But go ahead and don't eat honey for some reason.
Or certain plants. What's the plant that you're not allowed to eat?
I forget.
There's a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to do when you're pregnant. But get the jab. Get the jab.
Yeah.
Have you seen the studies showing that the vaccine poses no risk to women who are pregnant?
I have not seen those studies. In fact, I've seen some other studies.
In fact, they even found benefits to the baby. Babies whose mothers were vaccinated are born with the antibodies to protect them from COVID-19.
Yeah, I have seen those studies. I don't buy them.
They'll also need to get a booster every 6 months to maintain the antibodies in their bodies
for the rest of their life. And also their new name is Baby TM because they're now copied trademarked genetic material of Pfizer.
Well, let me close this conversation by saying that you could talk to your doctor if you about any concerns you have.
Yeah, no kidding. I know I could talk to my doctor. I don't need you to tell me that. I'm aware that doctors exist and they are there at my disposal.
Okay.
I'm very well insured.
Next
right.
thing.
I'm worried about side effects or getting that oh gosh, let me start over. It's just so strange the way they have these. I'm worried about side effects or that getting the vaccine will be worse than getting COVID-19.
Yes, some people do experience side effects from COVID-19 vaccines. They might range from nothing to bad flu symptoms, but you have had the flu before and you got through it. At worst, this may be 1 or 2 days like that.
Oh, just suffer. Yes, it will be extremely painful, as Father Gates has told us already.
When you have side effects, even mild ones, it shows that your body is practicing by building up antibodies to prevent serious illness from COVID-19 in the future. You feel sick for a few days, but it's worth it to have peace of mind after.
Yeah.
And then I can ask
I'm starting to get convinced, Gons.
Yeah, I know. It's good, huh? I can ask you, I made a plan to deal with my side effects. I made sure to have Tylenol and childcare ready if I needed them. Have you developed a plan for dealing with side effects that you might experience?
Sounds like a lot of work. I'm not sure if I'm really into that.
These questions also presuppose that you're actually convinced to get the jab. Have you seen the studies showing that COVID-19 can have long-term effects on your life? And your life might be in... What? Have you seen the studies showing that COVID-19 can have long-term effects and your life might be in danger?
Yeah. My life is in danger every day. Your life might be in danger.
Who put this together? This is a horrible question.
With a
what kind of a question is this?
Fatality rate.
Have you seen the they just keep repeating, have you seen the studies without links or anything? Have you seen the studies showing your chances of being seriously hurt by the vaccine are about the same as winning the lottery?
Yeah. So, okay. So we've seen, this is a useless document.
I know.
Somebody got paid. What this is somebody at whatever this organization is. What is it? The Nurses Union or something?
Yeah. It's a health something or other. Yeah.
Yeah. What this is somebody needed to justify the fact that they have a job and they're sitting at their desk all day at home, and they just needed to whip something up to show their boss that they're actually working.
And this is the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality.
Yeah,
this is the kind of quality work they publish.
It does two things. It either assumes that the person who reading this has looked at the studies and has done their reading and is, which they haven't, because if they have looked at the studies and done their reading, they would not need this chart of answers. And they also would not be trying to talk somebody into getting the vaccine. Weird, huh? How when you just look at the science objectively, you kind of have a different idea about it. But if you don't worry. Actually, please don't read the science. Please don't look at the facts. Just read off the sheet.
I'm realizing now that it looks like this document is actually made to convince CNAs, which is the nursing. Hold on, let me get the exact care nurse, whatever. Hold on, I'm trying to get the name here. Come on, internet, work for me. CNA. Somebody in the chat might know it. What is this?
Why don't you just Google it? What is it? CNA?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. CNA.
I've lost control.
There's a lot of different CNAs, but this one in particular is for nurses. It's the... Oh gosh, why is this so difficult to find?
Let's see if I can find it faster with my...
I had it before. I had it before the show.
Wild VR hand that I cannot control.
Certified nursing assistants. Thank you, Enoch. A bunch of people in the chat. Okay. Certified nursing assistant. There you go. So yeah, this is meant to convince certified nursing assistants to get the jab.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or it's to get them the jab,
yes.
Or for them to get other people to get the jab?
No, to get them to get the jab, because this next one here has my choice is my business and no one has a right to know. And then it's got the, would you be interested in a more private way to get your vaccine? Would you like to know more about the vaccine and how to set up an appointment? I'm happy to share what I know. And then in closing, lots of CNAs have chosen to get the vaccine.
Oh.
It was the right choice for them. If you're interested, there are ways you can privately access the vaccine.
So this is a document to convince nursing assistants to get the vaccine.
Yes.
Yeah, because we have seen this, that a lot of medical workers do not want the vaccine. And what a condescending document. You're a certified nursing assistant. You probably have looked at the studies. You probably have looked at the science, and you have decided you don't want these things. And now you have this condescending document calling into question the expertise that you have studied for years to obtain to become some kind of medical professional. And they make this just completely lame series of basically non-answers, impotent questions, and sort of shriveled closers to try to get you to take it. This is insulting. Wow. I'm sorry, CNAs out there, that you were looked down upon so much.
Subject to something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a question. I've already had COVID-19, and so I'm already immune. And then the response, have you seen the new studies showing that immunity from having COVID-19 only lasts for months?
That is not true. That is a complete lie.
No.
The current science shows that basically so far, with the time that we've had, so far you're most likely to be entirely immune now a year and a half later.
And get this.
That is just a complete anti-science lie.
And the closing, what you can say in closing, or what's suggested here, I'm sorry to hear that. Other CNAs who have had COVID-19 decided to get the vaccine to protect themselves from that happening again. I'm getting vaccinated for COVID-19 because I can also protect people with weak immune systems. But I thought based on the science, even if you got the vaccine, you can still spread it.
You can still spread it, and you can still catch it.
So
the only thing, they had to switch over because the science showed that you could still spread it and you could still catch it. But so they had to go to, but if you catch it, then you have less symptoms. It just makes it a little bit more tolerable. This is incredible.
Go to the very last one, because I think it's the funniest. Well, not the funniest, but it's a good one. We'll finish with that.
Gons, if you love vaccines so much, I'm not getting the vaccine unless they make me.
I hear you. I don't like being told what to do by anyone.
Oh my gosh.
And then in response, I'll continue the conversation. I don't know if the vaccine will be mandated, but I got it so my friends, coworkers, and residents can feel safe around me. Seems like a common sense way to keep everyone safe and get us back to normal. Vaccination is a collective action to prevent the spread of disease. And then you might close by saying, because there's 3 different columns.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. They just left it blank. They're like,
there's
there's
no closer there.
At this point, they're like, well, if you can't convince them by now, you're not going to convince them.
Give up and call the police. Get the FEMA squad out there to scoop them up.
It's not going to work. Anyway, I found this and I read through it and I was like, wow, this is some. The more I read the documents that are supposed to convince people, the more I'm like not convinced this is a good idea.
Yeah,
they're not changing any minds with this thing for sure.
They really aren't. It is really just a sad attempt, and it's obviously created by somebody who has no idea what they're doing.
I know.
Like as far as like I mean, there's books and experts and academics who are truly trained in the art of convincing people of persuasion, right? And it's like this whoever created this read an article about the art of persuasion and then tried to write this helpful guide.
It but it makes me think that this person, whoever wrote it, was like they had a conversation with like a hesitant CNA, and they were being pummeled, like they weren't able to convince them, And like they're like just everything was falling apart in that conversation, and they got really angry and put together this document to like make themselves feel better.
They rage documented. They rage excelled. Yeah, I mean, one thing, it's obvious that they didn't have anybody who was actually hesitant involved in this, because the questions are horrible.
Yeah, they're horrible.
And the answers are horrible, and there's no actual science. Because you go through it, there is no science. There's no giving facts. There's no referencing actual articles.
There's a couple hyperlinks, but they're
Is
not
there?
much.
Okay, not in the ones we read.
Yeah.
There's no actual, and as we know from the study, the MIT study where they infiltrated anti-mask communities, they said, oh, these anti-mask communities, they actually appreciate the science more than their ideology. Not only do they appreciate the science, but they are more sophisticated in understanding the science than their ideological adversaries. This MIT study admitted that anti-vaxxers are more familiar and more sophisticated, their word, at understanding the science than people who are not anti-maskers. And this document makes no reference, not only to any of the actual science, and they condescendingly just go, well, did you read any good studies about this? But sort of actively avoid well, I guess they don't avoid encouraging people to read studies, but they just avoid the topic of discussing the science. And that's what anti-vaxxers or vaccine hesitancers or anti-maskers are focused on, is the actual facts and science. And there's no attempt to make a factual or scientific argument, because they know they can't do it, because the science is not on their side.
There's two hyperlinks in the document. One goes to futurity.org, the news outlet, with the headline, "Is it safe to get the COVID-19 vaccine during pregnancy?" back in February 11th. And the other link goes to a CDC study. So
yeah,
that's their
that
seems really
two links in, what is it, 5 pages of questions and answers. There's 2 links.
2 links, and yeah, it seems like a very impotent attempt to get
no link to the Salk study.
Yeah.
No link to the MIT studies.
No link to CCNT.
No link to Canary Cry News Talk. We're being snubbed.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? All right, we should take a break here.
Speaking of being snubbed, we should take a quick break.
What? I don't understand that. What's the snubbed part?
Oh, it's just for comedy. Don't worry about it. Let's go. Let's thank some producers.
Are you planning to snub our producers, or?
No, it's like maybe we got snubbed, but we didn't. We actually we got some great producers to thank today, and we're going to thank them right now. If you're new to the show, just sit back, relax, let it happen, because some great content happens during the break here. But also stick around, because after the break, we're going to get into some politics. We got an Agenda 2030 update that's going to affect anybody who lives in or around a house. So stick around for that. Also, a little update on Trump, the Israeli government shift that's going on. That is a wonderful follow-up to what we've been tracking over there. We've also got an update on the military. The military has been going through some crazy changes as well, and we'll look into what they got going on with horoscopes over at the military, and of course an update on Jeff Bezos, etc., etc. But before that, we're going to thank some producers. That's right, I said producers, because we are on the value for value model. Now, if you're not familiar with the value for value model, it's very simple. All it is we create value. We just make this show 3 times a week, and we try our very hardest at it, and that's worth something. And if you get any value out of what we do, whether you learn something new, whether we kept you company while you clean the house, or maybe turned you on to a new piece of maybe a new outlet that you want to take a look at, or Maybe you discovered a new way to read the mainstream to uncover maybe the secret meanings that they're trying to talk about. Whatever it is, if you gain value from what we do here, you have the opportunity to put some value back in. And indeed, that is the only way the show keeps going. So it's truly, if you want another show, become a producer, because it's the only way we're able to continue doing what we do, especially at the rate at which we do it. And there's plenty of ways to become a producer, but you may notice we have no advertising, we have no affiliate codes, we're not trying to sell you any vitamin supplements. No, none of that. And if you're new, you may be like, why am I even listening to this guy? Just tell me some ads. I'm good at tuning out of ads. I have complete control over my subconscious, and no $1 million advertising campaign can break into this steel vault. Unfortunately, I've got bad news for you. Even taking in ads subconsciously is changing your worldview and influencing your buying behavior. There's plenty of studies on that. And it's just a form of willing mind control. We beg for mind control so we don't have to think about funding a piece of media that we appreciate and value. And, on one hand, we don't want to be connected to the advertising industry. We don't want to take any corporate money for a few reasons. One of them is when you take corporate money, it's almost 100% chance you're taking dirty money or Chinese investment money or something like that. And there's spiritual ramifications to that we just don't want to deal with. But also, it's sort of a rebellion against the prevailing worldview creation system. If you're someone who is, doesn't want to join the New World Order, you are against sort of needless globalism, if you're against corporate control over our private lives, all these sorts of things, we hold these ideas of what we value, but then a lot of times our actions speak are singing a different tune. The very action of consenting to advertisement is sort of bending the knee to this system that you are the product. In the advertising industry, Gons and I would be the business owners, and our clients would be advertisers, and you are the product. If we can keep you around long enough, if we can keep you coming back, if we can get you to trust us, and then our advertising will be more effective, and you're more valuable to our client, the advertisers. And that's just not how we want to think about you guys. This is not how we want to roll. We don't want to participate in that kind of sick commoditization of your attention and your trust. And so we're on the value for value model, which admittedly is not as profitable as doing advertising, but at least we can sleep at night and we feel good about the way we treat our listeners. And many listeners become producers by supporting the show and joining us in our mission to break away from that system. And so we want to thank some producers right now. Like I said, there's a few different ways of producing. You will learn about them in the next few minutes. But first, we want to thank some of our financial producers who are the ones who make it possible for us to do this show. So be grateful to them. Thank the Lord for them, for bringing us the show today. Now, there's a few ways to become a financial producer of the show. The first one is by going to our Patreon account, patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT. And you'll be happy to know that we have no new Patreon supporters on patreon.com/CCNT. In fact, it was a little bit of a slaughter at the beginning of the month for us over there, which it happens every beginning of the month. The Patreon people, I don't know, they forget or something, and it's a bad news bears. But I will say we have another Patreon account called patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. Now, you're listening to Canary Cry News Talk right now. Canary Cry Radio is an interview-style show that we've been doing since 2012. It's filled with awesome interviews with academics, scholars, researchers, media creators, things like that. And if you connect with our worldview that we talk about here, you're definitely going to want to go listen to Canary Cry Radio. Hours and hours and hours of easy listening, baby. That you'll appreciate very much. We had 2 new producers come in on the Canary Cry Radio Patreon. Are you ready to thank them, Gons?
Yeah, it's just funny looking at the chat and people annoyed at the break thing, but also people saying that we're not censored. So it's pretty funny.
Yeah,
there
always is. They're being triggered. That's right. They're training to crave advertisements and not make a personal connection with their media is triggering them, and they get mad. I mean, we get people who are extremely angry at us for doing it the way that we do, and it's what it is. It is the brainwashing. It's the triggering. You've been trained to crave advertisements because you think you're immune, but studies show the people who think they're immune are actually extra affected in their purchasing habits. So I'm sorry. It's a little bit of tough love, but just sit back, make a choice to embrace the break segment here because there's a lot of great content. All right, let's thank some producers. Gons, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to thank Rami C for joining the Patreon.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Rami.
much. Producer Rami C. And I think, Rami is in the chat over on YouTube. Right. So thank you very much, Producer Rami. And there you go. You can thank Rami right on the YouTube there, folks. Next up, we have an upgraded producership from Patreon account of the year.
Again, coming in.
There you go. Coming in, doing a little upgrade. Okay. Thank you very much, Producer Patreon account of the year. Now, here's the thing. Everybody who does not like Patreon, that is okay. We support you. That's why we have canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
Woo! Rami C in the chat said, sorry took this long. You guys are awesome, and I love your work, Gons. Oh, come on. You didn't even say Basil in there? Fine. He must be an AOD fan. Thank you very much,
Rami. You were about to say AOC.
I was about to say AOC.
Got a lot of AOC on your mind.
Who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
On the PayPal, we appreciate all the producers who support us monthly. It's very, very appreciated. Our families say thank you. For this episode 347, we want to start with the executive producer for this episode, producer Nico S.
Thank you very much, producer Nico S., executive producer of episode 347 of Canary Cry News Talk.
And there's no note. I didn't see anything from him.
So. No notes. The producership speaks for itself. Thank you, Nico.
Next up, we have producer Aaron J.
Woo! Thank you, AA Ron. Now, AA Ron comes in with $66.66. Ooh, ominous. With a note that says, I did try Patreon once, but didn't get on with Patreon. I wasn't sure if I was even doing Patreon correctly, so I tried this instead. You guys do have your funny moments, I guess. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
We do have our funny moments, I guess, Gons. Thank you very much, producer Aaron, for coming in.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have producer Steve W.
Thank you very much, producer Steve W.
The Stevie Wonder?
Yep. Huge fan of the show.
Next up, we have producer Linda H.
Thank you very much, producer Linda H.
Yeah, very generous gift there. Next up, we have producer John K.
Thank you very much, producer John K.
And no notes for any of these.
No, just here. Coming in. These just letting the producership speak for themselves.
Yeah, just coming in. Next up, we have producer Sir Casey the Shield Knight.
Thank you very much, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, coming in again. Uh-oh, I forgot to track... I forgot to track streaks here, but we all know it. We all know it's happening. Sir Casey the Shield Knight is on a streak. This is his 16th episode in a row. That's right. Thank you very much, Sir Casey the Shield Knight. He's supernova right now.
Yeah. He's already reached supernova, right? He's not approaching supernova?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sir Casey the Shield Knight. Next up, we have Trevor L.
Thank you very much, producer Trevor L.
No streak, nothing?
Trevor L. Sorry, I'm doing my normal admin stuff while trying to track streaks. I do not believe Trevor L. is on a streak. Okay. No.
All right. Next up, we have Timothy G.
Thank you very much, Timothy G. Let's see. Did he have a note?
Nope. Just a pocket full of sevens.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the pocket full of sevens, Timothy G.
Next up, we have producer Michelle W.
Woo! Thank you very much, Michelle W.
And she is a new monthly recurring producer.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have producer Adam C.
Adam C. sends a short note, just says, just cuz.
Just cuz.
Comes in with $4.42. 42.
Is that for episode 442? That's 100 and...
It's just the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Oh, right. Okay. From the... Yeah. Next up, we have producer Scott K.
Thank you very much, Scott K. And Scott K is also on a streak.
Oh, streak.
They're on a streak.
That's right. And Scott K, he's on his 9th episode in a row. Comes in with the show number producership here. And I forgot what 9 was. Boom shakalaka. Let's see. Heating Up was 3. On Fire was 6. What was 9? Does anybody remember in the chat?
I think it is Boom shakalaka.
It was 12 was Might As Well Be Walking on the Sun. So lit. 9 was lit. Oh yeah, Boom shakalaka. Scott K is lit, fam.
Wait, so he's lit and not?
Yeah.
All right, which
9 is lit.
Okay, hold on. Let me find the lit.
Oh my gosh.
Lit jingle.
Okay. Here we go. Everybody hold. Ignore this part.
Hold on. I know
pause.
we have a lit. There it is.
Okay.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
You lit now. Thank you very much,
Who
Scott.
Who is that?
It's Jack V, the crypto Chad.
Is that him saying?
I believe that is his voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I got totally off track now. Next up, we have producer Ted P.
Thank you very much, producer Ted P.
And no note there, but coming in at $3.47 episode number. And the last producer we have for PayPal is producer Kimberly W.
Thank you very much, producer Kimberly W. Coming in with the a verse here, $3.30, and she's bringing 2 Timothy 2:12. If we endure, we shall also reign with him. If we deny him, he will also deny us. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you very much, Kimberly W. Now, Gons, we had a few come in during the show, and I forgot to double check. I'm just going to read them straight from the email here, because let's give them the credit for the thing they came in. We have producer Ethan N. coming in. No note, but thank you very much, producer Ethan N. Must have been inspired by my rousing speech about the value for value model. Appreciate it. And then we have producer Enoch 87 stream. Yeah, Enoch 87 is also in the chat. I believe I saw him earlier, or her, coming in with $3.33. Our only Illuminati handler for the day. Thank you very much.
I don't think so. I think Kimberly W is also semi-Illuminati.
And Enoch 87 sends a note, says, I turned 33 a few months ago, so I thought the 333 donation Illuminati confirmed would suffice. Don't listen to the shills. Keep on doing you guys. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you for the encouragement. We will not listen to the shills, Enoch 87, because he told us.
All right, just adding that on the list there. And we want to thank a couple people for sending us some cryptocurrency, an apropos episode to have some crypto donations. or producers, I guess. It's interesting because I was looking at my ledger, and I noticed that we got somebody gave us 26,114 satoshis back in May, like the end of May, but I didn't see it until today, and I've been checking every episode. So I don't know if it was
maybe the blocks are moving slow.
I was gonna say blocks are moving real slow. Transaction was stuck in the mempool for like a week and a half or something. I don't know what happened there, but whoever sent the 26,114 satoshis, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
It's anonymous, so we don't know who it is unless you are a ransomware criminal. Then
it's a Russian.
Russian hacker. We will find you out. But also we got a little bit of Cardano from Jack V, the Gen Z crypto Chad.
Yeah, and Jack V sent a note here, says, saw some nice greenish bananas for Yazzle at such a great price, 19 cents each. I sent 19 Cardano so you can buy 163 bananas so we can keep Daddy Yazzle thick.
Those are 2 C's.
Yes, the 2C thick. Play that Newsom Science and Vaxburger jingle, baby. Big love.
That's right. I was supposed to prepare that. All
Thank
right, here's
you very much.
Here it is.
Vaccination.
Hold on. Let me try that one more time here.
Vaccination.
It's Newsom Science, baby! Ha!
All right, you got them in reverse order there. Thank you very much,
It's
Jack.
Newsom Science, baby! Ha!
Vaccination.
There we go. We do what we're told around here. Thank you very much, Jack V, the Gen Z Crypto Chad, for that banana money. Green bananas are coming back, people. Thank you very much. And yes, my new name is Daddy Yazzle, so keep that in mind. So I will only refer to myself as Daddy Yazzle from henceforth.
Interesting.
Okay, is that all our crypto peeps?
That is the crypto peeps. Appreciate it. You can also support the show and become producers with your time and your talent, in addition to your treasure. The first person I'd like to thank is Christine C. for doing the timestamps for episode number 347. Appreciate that. We also got somebody sent us some jingles.
We have a new jingle. Never cry new stuff.
Still weird, man. That thing still rings in my head in the middle of the night. Yeah. Eyes to See for Me sent us it was like a second attempt at sending us some jingles for the streaks.
Okay.
And so he sent us He's on Fire.
He's on fire!
Ooh,
Nice.
that's nice.
It's nice and it's
Much nicer than
it's
the
thick with
ones that
C's.
hurt me so much.
Am I hip yet? Okay, next up we have He's Heating Up.
He's heating up!
Yep, there it is.
And then we have a Boom Shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka!
Oh, yeah.
It's a good one. That one's I like that one.
I will have to start putting these jingle titles in the streak notifications. That way you can have them ready.
Yeah, that would definitely help. And he also sent us a drum roll.
Okay. You never know when you're going to need a drum roll. Thank you very much. Eyes to See for Me.
Yes. So there you go. That's those are very useful. They will be in the producer party break template of jingle sounds. It's ready to go whenever we need it. So appreciate that.
Okay,
Eyes to See
good.
for Me. Much cleaner than the last time he sent it in. So appreciate that.
Yep.
The other thing we have producer send in is their artwork.
One art, please.
Woo! And our first piece of art comes from producer Allie, who has her own jingle.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And it's AOC. I'm just gonna say straight up AOC.
Well, that is a great
AOC.
description because it is a portrait of AOC making that crazy wide-eyed face she makes. And there was a note that had some information on this piece.
Yeah, there's a lot
Do you
going
have
on.
that pulled up?
I do. It says Matt Walsh and Marjorie Taylor Greene both lambast Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez for living in luxury while her grandmother lives in a Hurricane Maria damaged home in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Matt Walsh actually I don't know if it was like real or satire. I couldn't tell. But Matt Walsh was like, hey, here's $400 and something to get AOC's grandma in like a proper living space or something like that.
Started what a burn.
It was such a burn. It was crazy.
Started GoFundMe for AOC's grandma because AOC is not caring for her.
Yeah, and there's a couple articles that were dropped in with the artwork. This first one from The Independent. AOC hits back at right-wing host who says she left grandmother in squalid conditions. Congresswoman rejects implications that she neglected her grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course, The Independent is going to be.
Does it have her response right there? Because I can say how she responded.
Yeah, it has her tweet here. Just over a week ago, my abuela fell ill. I went to Puerto Rico to see her, my first time in a year, plus because of COVID. This is her home. Hurricane Maria relief hasn't arrived. Trump blocked relief money for PR. People are being forced to flee ancestral homes, and developers are taking them. It's got some pictures of the house. It's pretty barren.
Yeah.
And
her response, though, after Matt Walsh's comment was, "Yeah, well, my grandma's fine. I'm up here taking care of other people's grandmas." It's like, okay, so you're admitting you think your grandma's fine living in squalor in a hurricane-damaged home, and you get more value out of blaming Trump for it than actually helping your own grandmother.
Let me. The exact words she used. She retweeted Matt Walsh's tweet, and she said, "You don't have a concept for the role that firstborn daughters play in their families. My abuela is okay, but instead of only caring for mine and letting others suffer, I'm calling attention to the systemic injustices you seem totally fine with in having a U.S. colony." Trying to burn back, calling it a U.S. colony.
Can't quite land that one, Bob. You hate to see that.
And then Newsweek article, Marjorie Taylor Greene reignites feud, says AOC should care for grandmother. Just jumping into the Twitter banter. Going back and forth here, just letting her opinions be known. So there you go. That was enough to inspire Allie to create this wonderful portrait of AOC.
Thank you very
which
much.
I'm sure you will print and put in your bathroom mirror there.
Sure, I'm gonna mail it to you.
Staring back at
mailers.
Thank you, Allie. Appreciate that.
This is a good, if you're looking for just a fun prank to play on somebody, just print this out, put it in an envelope, just send it to your friends. No explanation. They just open it up and it's AOC's crazy face staring back at them. She's watching you.
Yeah. All right, next up we have one from producer Dove. This one also comes with a little bit of an explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And Dove said, "Peace. I had the idea for this illustration during the Blood Moon episode while you were reading that goofy article about charging your water with the moon's light. But to be careful not to charge it with the blood moon's light, because that may curse your water. I thought it'd be fun to create a Gatorade ad for Lunarade, a sports drink directly powered by the moon's light. I chose the social justice soccer player lady to be the face of the campaign because I thought she was a perfect fit for the new brand. Hope you like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins."
Thank you.
And P.S. I was super excited and thankful to have been chosen first for the Producers logo contest. It was a lot of fun to participate in. Thanks to producer Paul G for putting it together and giving me my first steps towards knighthood. I hope to one day sit across the round table from Dame Sissy Sue and the rest. So thank you for that.
That's right. Yeah. And yes, it is exactly what he says. It is her name. What is her name?
I don't know her name.
Megan Rapinoe. Rapinoe.
Yes, yeah.
Megan Rapinoe, the social justice-y female soccer player there. And it's just a perfect rendition of a Gatorade commercial. She's slurping down that Lunarade blood orange flavor. Well, there's one more little detail on the bottle I can't quite read. I don't know if you can read it, Guns.
It says here 33 fluid ounces, 1 quart, 666 milliliters.
There you go. What's up at the top by the where it says
blood orange, naturally charged with the moon's light. And
it's got the big headline up top. Is it in you?
Yes, is it in you? And then the drip coming off the side of the mouth, kind of like a vampire, you know.
Very bloody.
Yeah. Yep.
And I don't know if you noticed this. You look down at the Nike symbol
on
her
her
shirt.
I was gonna say.
What is it? It looks like a whip.
It does look like a whip.
Nine tails. Which is,
I think it's a whip.
Perfect social justice.
Wow.
You know, Nike getting involved in all the social justice things, giving money away to the social justice causes, which really, and you know, when you think about the sort of virtues, the forced virtue signaling of these social justice causes, or else you're canceled. It really is a cat of nine tails whipping you into compliance.
This is world-class level memeing right here with the Nike logo as the whip.
Then, of course, we've got a warning down at the bottom. Warning, if product charged with blood moon contents may be accursed. Copyright 2021 Lunarade, and design are registered trademarks of CCR Inc. Booyah, baby. Canary Cry Radio. We have our own sports drink.
Is it Canary Cry Radio or is it Commie Cry Radio?
Hey, guys, communist, spreading propaganda.
You're right. It's the latter. What was I thinking? Thank you very much, Producer Dove, and very well done, as always.
Yes, thank you so much. Next up, we have Producer Josiah, who sent us this piece, which is a over-the-top poster in the movie Over the Top, except he has my, I guess, emoji face.
Your emoji face is on Sylvester Stallone.
That's right. That's right.
The big gnarly goateed man has got googly eyes.
Yeah, the guy that
over the top in the cage. Canary Cry News Talk.
Yeah, this is
over the top is probably a good descriptor for this show as well.
Everything is over the top. Yeah,
that Daddy Yazzle guy's a little over the top.
Yeah, very good piece here. Very reminiscent of all the things we talk about. Next up, we have a couple from producer Mr. Jag, who's the Hungry Hungarian.
Oh, yes, the Canary Cry Hungarian.
It's been a few episodes since we saw the Hungry Hungarian.
Yeah, glad to see you back.
The first one here is, boy,
it's a meetup.
Going on here? Yeah, it's a meetup.
It's the Hungry Canary Cry meetup, and it's Mr. Jag standing in his kitchen. Contact Mr. Jag for further details. Standing in his kitchen between a table and his oven there.
He's got green bananas.
Yeah, he's got green bananas on the table. A must at any Canary Cry meetup. Yeah, by the way, if anybody shows up to some meetups, somebody's got to provide the green bananas. I want pictures. Yeah. Talking to you, producer Ciara. On the table there is coffee and tea.
I think it's the stove
oven,
there.
The oven is sort of powered by the Face Like the Sun logo, the flaming lion, which is a good, nice detail. Meanwhile, first European Canary Cry meetup, sketched by Mr. Jag. This might turn some heads. Is that what it says?
I think, or
it's a little bit blurry on my
either
thing.
Heads or cheds, like this. I don't know. I don't know if that's a C or
might
a
be
fancy
heads.
No, that's heads. It's a fancy H.
Yeah. And then there's a clock. There's a clock which, let's see, it's about 11:55 on that clock. Normal isn't coming back, but Jesus is. Oh, very good.
Is that 11:55?
The time is near. What?
I don't know. It looks like it's 11 o'clock to me.
11 o'clock. Yeah, that could be it. Sorry. I'm a millennial. I can't read regular clock faces.
Really?
Thank you very much, producer Jag. Mr. Jag.
Yeah, he's got one more here.
Yeah.
And this one is recommended shows of the Hungry Hungarian.
Okay, we got some recommendations.
And he just hand sketched everybody here. He's got Gary Stearman. The rapture may happen today is his quote.
Yeah.
Then he has Michael Heiser, Michael S. Heiser.
He's got pugs.
He's got pugs.
He does have pugs.
And then he has Tom Horn. What does it say here on the Tom Horn one? I'm having a hard time reading this too.
I know. I'm trying to bring it very close to my face. Everyone needs some Tom Horn. Hornism. Everyone needs some Tom Hornism.
Yep. And then looks like Ellie Marzulli at the end there, on the trail of the Nephilim. And then
gotta have it, gotta love it.
And then there's me, and then like are you like around my neck?
You're holding my head, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm a disembodied head that you have to carry around.
Just carry around, and you're saying...
And I'm just shouting, bananas!
In green captions. Best news talk out there. So there you go. Thank you so much.
Right.
Hungry
Thank
Hungarian.
you very much, Mr. Jag.
Appreciate it. And I always love these. They're very cool. Missing some of the... usually he has that blue pen, in there to kind of...
This is all blue pen.
I know, but sometimes he has like the actual pen in the image.
Oh, he draws the pen, yes.
Yeah, or not draws the pen, but like actually has the pen itself laying next to the photo. But anyway, we're good. We're good. We're going to keep going here. One more. We got one from producer Irene. And this one is great too. I love
Irene,
this one.
have we had art from producer Irene, or is this a first timer?
I think we may have had something.
Kind of rings a bell. Maybe
yeah.
last year she had done something.
It's been a while, but it was interesting because Irene sent the email with the image attached here, and she just sent a Bible verse in Russian. I just had to throw it into the translator here. And it says,
we got a lot of Russian hackers who listen to the show.
Yeah, God of the world himself will consecrate you in its entirety, and your spirit and soul and body will remain intact without blemish in the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And that is the direct Russian translation of 1 Thessalonians 5 verses 23, or verse 23.
That's great. And she's got a image here that she sent in. This is great.
Oh, it's so
says
good.
At the top, "Are you ready to become cyborg?"
Yes, I don't have the jingle on hand, but
in the middle here, you've got sort of the classic yoga, Eastern
the lotus
religion, lotus flower, blooming with a sort of yoga woman in the middle, white, by the way, with a bindi. Shaved head, so she's super spiritual. And coming out from behind her, like the arms of Shiva, we've got flippies all the way around. We've got robotic arms going from left to right here. We got a flippy spatula holding the cheeseburger. We got a flippy arm holding some fries. We got a flippy arm coming out and poking a vaccine right into her arm.
She's got one on each side too.
Oh, double. Oh, yes, it's mirrored on both sides. Yeah. And then we've got a flippy arm up top with some sort of nuclear...
It's the PCR test.
PCR test.
Yeah.
Yes. And then another one popping up with a swab. That's the nose swab. She's got a swab right in her nose, so she's putting that flippy PCR test to work, and then also giving her a shave. We've got a flippy arm giving this woman a shave, and maybe that's why her head is bald.
This is like all of the recent flippy updates combined in one lotus flower.
I am loving this so much. That's right. It's the sort of metaphysical Flippy in all of his earthly forms taking place at once. And right in the middle, she's got her hands over her heart in sort of the prayer position, and in between them is just a nice little coronavirus, just to top it all off. This is Ianon. I forgot that is her
right.
And producer name. It's Ianon. Well, this is beautiful. And there's an explanation down here. Flippy can swab your nose, run a PCR test, give you a jab, flip you a burger, fry you some fries, all while giving you a close shave. It's your chance to beat the pandemic and join forces with Flippy. Become a cyborg and ascend to godhood in your own personal techno paradise. This is a great advertisement for Flippy and the technocracy. Thank you very much.
Are you ready to become cyborg?
There it is. Beautifully done.
There you go.
Okie
That's
dokie.
all the art. That's all the producers for episode 347. Thank you very much.
Very well done. Thank you, all producers. And remember, you can produce the show in plenty of ways. We'll talk about that more at the end of the show. But thank you for keeping the show going. And again, if you're out there, make sure to say a little prayer for the producers. They are the ones taking responsibility for their own media future and making it happen for the rest of us. We cannot do it without them, whether it's financially or with the wonderful content. We value our producers so highly. You guys are the best. I just want to do a quick plug for canarycry.community. That's our non-Facebook social media that everybody should go join. Maybe you're trying to disconnect from the social media empire of the world. Canarycry.community is a great place to connect with other Canarians just like you. They run a pretty, producer Smiley runs a pretty tight ship over there. And it's the bonds that are formed. It is not like your regular social media where you sort of passively interact with sort of a mass of unknown people. It is a really tight-knit, wonderful community, and it's diverse, not just in sort of a social justice-y identity politics way, although it is also that, but diversity of interests. You can get deep into conspiracy theories. You can get deep into biblical scriptures or biblical prophecy. People are praying for each other, sharing their life stories, but there's also meme threads. There's a big meme club over there, as well as the Canary Cry Foodies, the Canary Cry Gamers Guild. It's the place to be no matter who you are. Go to canarycry.community. It's a real URL. Do it. I forgot about that jingle.
There's a cat at the end, too. You forgot the cat.
Did I step on a cat, you said?
Yeah. You want to hear it again?
Yeah, sure. That's right. Dog lovers and cat lovers living in harmony. True coexistence.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back into the show. We should probably wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to start out with the Wall Street Journal, and the headline
Hold
is...
on. Can't just jump into it.
Okay.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood.
Politics.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
That was the first part of that was Emperor Palpatine, and the second was Klaus Schwab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the other way around. Oh,
I know.
Okay. Yeah, you're making the joke. You're making the joke. Okay, yes.
Headline for this article: Built to rent suburbs are poised to spread across the United States like a virus.
What?
I added that last part. The future of here we go. For some residents, the gated community in the Arizona desert is their first go at suburban living. The 222 houses have tile roofs, garages, and white fenced backyards where residents host barbecues and their dogs play. But these aren't forever homes or even starters. They are 1- and 2-bedroom rentals with rents starting at $1,420 a month, $1,420 a month. Subdivisions such as Christopher Todd communities on Happy Valley, located 30 miles outside Phoenix, were built for renters from the start. Owner and developer Todd Wood, a former organic food mogul, started his real estate company almost 5 years ago to seize on what he saw as an increasing demand for rental housing. Mr. Wood has now developed more than 2,000 rental houses around the greater Phoenix area. Investors have been buying up single-family houses to rent out for some time, typically in disparate bunches in communities where most people own their homes. Tenants may have absentee landlords. Built-to-rent developments, however, are entirely new subdivisions designed for renters. They are managed more like new apartment buildings with designated staff for repairs and maintenance. In the past few years, the model has taken off around Phoenix and elsewhere and is likely to become a dominant force in the rental housing market in the coming years, with implications for the communities that surround them and the nature of home ownership. Then it goes into just how crazy the single-family home market has been, and that's partially because of this shift, the 2030 agenda. As Klaus Schwab told us, by 2030 you will own nothing and be happy. Which, is just a beautiful way for Darth Vader to think of his subjects and how it just truly is a dark side of the Force attempt at understanding the regular human and what motivates them. I'm going to skip down just a little bit. Here we go. Some think a transition to rent won't mean an end to building wealth through suburban property ownership, which is opposite of what we're all thinking. But Christopher Potomi, executive director of the Terwilliger Center for Housing at the Urban Land Institute, sees potential in fractional ownership models, such as a neighborhood real estate investment trust. In these structures, people would own stock in companies that hold commercial and residential properties in their area. Quote, "We need to be thinking more about different ways that people can still own the communities that they live in outside of the primary residence model," Mr. Potomi says. So, just to review the situation we are in through the pandemic, the Great Reset, the Build Back Better mindset that sort of ruined the economy through the pandemic, housing prices skyrocketing again. And for those professionals that I've been talking to, they don't think this is a bubble like we saw in 2008. They think this is just a new high watermark for real estate prices. Ugh. And millennials and younger continue to get priced out of the market, mainly not because of regular individuals upgrading their homes or buying new homes, but there is a swath of these real estate companies just buying up whatever house they possibly can, oftentimes paying way over over market price just so they can win the bidding and force out any millennials trying to buy a house. But also they have basically unlimited funding to do this because the rental model is such a proven model that banks are just giving them whatever money they want, even if it's, $30,000 over asking price. So they're buying up everything, which is raising housing prices, further pushing out millennials and others from getting into the housing market. And here's Christopher Potomi saying, "Oh, don't worry. We're not sabotaging your ability to create lasting wealth by completely excluding you from the traditional American dream of home ownership and therefore a secure financial future. No. See, we'll be a real estate company. We'll own all the houses, force you to pay rent indefinitely, but you can purchase stock in our company. That's how you're going to build wealth, is by giving us more of your money." It's a perfect scheme. And for the relatively uninitiated millennials, as far as building wealth is concerned, I'm sure a lot of them are buying into this concept. The article goes on, "New forms of ownership and investment could also give more renters a greater stake in local government and politics." Again, sort of leaning on the millennial sort of idea that getting involved in local politics is more important than anything. You got to it's built-in social justice. Don't worry, you won't own a thing, but you can still make a difference in your community. You just won't build any sort of lasting financial security in the process.
This sounds like it's even worse than timeshare.
It is worse than timeshare
because you can't actually go there and live. I mean, you can, but you would have one spot. You wouldn't have like this rotation vacationing Anyway.
Well, I mean, you're just a renter, basically. You just rent whatever house you want to live in. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, rental money. Look, we've all rented. I still rent. You rent. You got to do it until you can purchase something. But this is just disappearing the idea. I mean, we've already created a situation in which purchasing a home seems like an unattainable goal for so many in our generation and the generation beneath us. Of course, they're coming up to that age. But it's almost a social engineering shift. It's like a magician, taking your attention with one hand while he pulls a fast one with the left hand or with the other hand. And that's what we're seeing here. It's like, hey, you love local government. You love getting involved in local politics and having a representation in your community. So don't look at the fact I'm taking away the classical idea of building wealth in a stable market of real estate and an ever-increasing an asset of ever-increasing value. No. Don't worry about that. Just throw all your money in a furnace forever. Burn it to the gods of real estate, and don't worry, you can get involved in local politics. It'll be cool. Just let me continue with the article here for just a little bit. In some cases, you'll talk to local officials and they'll say, I don't really listen to the renters. They're not here that long. They're not invested in the community, says Catherine Levine Einstein, a Boston University professor of political science who has studied renter political representation. Quote, we didn't want to get into home ownership, says Joe Paul, a 29-year-old nutrition and lifestyle coach. Have you heard of any more nauseatingly of a millennial job than nutrition and lifestyle coach? He's also got an Instagram account. Go follow him. He and his wife, Allie, who works in fitness retail, relocated to a Christopher Todd community in Goodyear, Arizona. This past year, Mr. Paul says it was wanderlust and a love of the mountains that drew the couple and their dog from Milwaukee suburbs. This person does not exist. The description of this family is a conglomeration of an artificial intelligence that took data points from bajillions of millennials and created this fake couple as an example for this article. It continues. For now, the couple's financial goals are focused on paying down existing debt. Quote, we will still want to travel and don't want to have to maintain a house, Mr. Paul says. I mean, is this not obvious? This is pretty blatant, is it not?
It's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah,
I'm in agreement with you.
And it goes on. It tries to convince us that these houses are very high quality, and that they've got nice things.
Vinyl floors.
Vinyl floors.
The pinnacle of luxury.
Floors. Yes, because there is one thing about this that I think they're missing about the millennial ideal is generally millennials kind of like the weird stuff, the idea of the cookie cutter, copy and paste house in a suburb. That's a little bit more of a, and I say this word with love, it's more of a boomer tradition to have the sort of copy and paste I won't even say boomer tradition. It's just sort of an indicator of the early American dream idea. So there you go.
Can I read this segment, this paragraph here?
You may read it.
Residents in some of these subdivisions are more likely to have dogs than children, which means doggy doors and poop-friendly artificial turf are common, says Mr. Hunter, the economist. Christopher Todd, for example, runs a 1-minute advertisement on YouTube that is narrated by a dog named Callie.
Oh,
quote,
millennials love it.
Storage for my toys, she exclaims. By contrast, the addition of child-friendly amenities like above-ground pools or playground equipment may be restricted by rental leases at many developments. Yeah. Can't have pools? Above-ground pools? I mean, come on.
This is a real it's very sad, actually.
It's like like have all this stuff for dogs, but if you want children, if you want your children to be happy, no, says the rental lease people.
Yeah, no, the houses are specifically built for dogs, not for humans, not for children.
This is like...
I know it's incredibly dystopian and makes me a little depressed. And part of that is you can't even. I'm having a hard time, and maybe I'm a little biased, so it's not even I can't even analyze it correctly, because it's a little depressing that this is the facts of the matter of the generation that they're shooting for, is that nope, it's a small cookie cutter house with a doggy door. You can never own it. You'll just rent it because you're too lazy to maintain a house, and we'll have a gardener mow your lawn because we know you just want to play Call of Duty all day long, and we'll pay you, or no, you pay us above market rental prices, and you'll just do that for your entire life. But because maybe you want to travel and you need a dog, and it's like, oh my gosh, this cuts deep, man.
There's they quoted, I think you read it too, there's a guy named Burns in this article. And there's just one paragraph towards the end of the article. This quote: "There's a portion of America that wants to rent a new house. Let it happen." Mr. Burns says.
Very good, Mr. Burns impression there.
You know, I am the oldest of the millennials, and I am quickly approaching the age of 40. And I would like to own a home one day. That would be nice, for family and stuff.
Yeah.
And I would like to stay in the location where I was born and where all my family is at to do so. But it is looking increasingly difficult to
increasingly impossible unless those crypto gains.
And listen, my crypto gains have been okay. Still not even close to being able to purchase a house.
Sure, yeah.
Which is like, man.
It's the trap, man. Fact of the matter is, it's a trap. There's a trap being laid in front of us, and there's nothing we can do about it. The one thing just that gives a little bit of hope is that these suburbs and this trap is being laid around major metropolitan areas. And you just got to let go of the big city living idea. You just got to go further out and, don't be wooed by the flashy lights of the city. There's a wonderful life for us out away from all of the hubbub gons. I know that's difficult to come to terms with, but that's going to be our only chance.
Well,
it's exactly what they want. It's the plan. That is the Agenda 2030.
Someone is saying I'm a Generation Y. What's the difference between a millennial and Generation Y?
There's a very slim Generation Y was a very, very slim, unnoticed generation. I don't even know if it's official, but we've run the numbers. You are officially an elder millennial.
That's what I thought, but if they change the numbers around, I guess it's possible that I fall into a different category.
No. We've spent too much time looking into your star chart of millennialhood.
I know. To keep me in touch. I'm losing touch quickly.
I forget what it was. Generation Y is like a super, super early 80s, very slim margin before millennials.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
Nothing matters. Just live in your shoebox and get a dog, millennial.
I listened to a funny joke. I heard a funny joke the other day of this I can't remember who the comic was, but he was talking about how when he does he tries to calm himself down with like big tests or big important things that go on, and he tries to tell himself, this isn't that important. Like this test in the grand scheme of life, this isn't that important. But he was talking about how he quickly slides from that to nothing is important. And then he just falls into this like deep depression.
Yeah, which is I will say that was like a comical yet true theme.
Super true, yeah.
About the millennial generation and sort of a nihilism instilled into the worldview.
Yeah.
Mainly stemming from the combination, the 1-2 punch of 9/11, then the War on Terror, and then the 2008 crash. I mean, notoriously, they've done pretty legit studies on just the effect that had on millennials and the sort of existential nihilism that is very common. However, you look at Gen Z, they have like a much worse version of that. Those kids don't care about nothing. I'm almost impressed at how nihilistic Gen Z is.
What's going to be,
as a millennial, that says a lot.
There's not much room left on the scale of nihilism. You know, there's not much room left to go. I guess we're entering the transhuman hybrid age now. Because there's literally nowhere else to go. It's like, life doesn't matter anymore. I would become a centaur. Like
we have hit rock bottom of how little a human being can care about anything with the Gen Zs that I actually hung out a little bit with a Gen Z over the weekend and confirmed everything that it was an opportunity for me to compare my sort of academic knowledge of the Gen Z culture with a real life specimen. And I'm just telling you, folks, look, if you're looking for an accurate representation of Gen Z, I feel like I've got the data. And now with a little bit of firsthand experience, all of my fears have been confirmed.
Yeah,
but there you go. Love them. Gotta love them. The children are our future, folks.
Yeah, I got a little clip of some hybrid gods that came from Gen Zs talking about the destruction of this world.
From the ashes of that world, we'll build a better one.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
go.
They all say.
That's what the Agenda 2030 Great Reset, Build Back Better is all about.
I know.
Burn it down.
Burn it all down. Build it all back up.
It's all coming together.
We have a little Trump story here, analysis from NPR.
We will launch a new age.
This is, again, NPR.org headline, Trump returns to campaign trail with election lies and dark warnings.
Ooh, dark warnings from Trump.
A day after being suspended from Facebook for a total of 2 years, former President Donald Trump returned to the political arena Saturday night, furthering election lies and returning to a cynical and dark view of America. Quote, the 2020 presidential election...
Oh, please.
It's NPR, come on.
Oh, my gosh.
Quote, the 2020 presidential election, that election, the 2020 presidential election...
You know the one we're talking about.
Trump was by far the most corrupt election in the history of our country.
What?
Trump,
I thought 2016 was.
Trump baselessly claimed in a speech before the North Carolina Republican Party, continuing his false grievance.
I forgot we went from 2016, the most corrupt election ever, to 2020, the most trustworthy election ever.
Not according to the dark view of America of Trump. Continuing his false grievance about an election he lost. He said Democrats, quote, used COVID and, quote, used mail-in ballots to steal an election. He called it a, quote, third world election like we've never seen before. He derided it as the, quote, crime of the century, and claimed that the, quote, country is being destroyed perhaps by people who have no right to destroy it, end quote. Oh, that's like a really highly edited.
Perhaps don't have the right to destroy the country. Who does have the right to destroy the country?
I don't know, but like phrases like used COVID, you can take that out of context very easily.
You know what? I don't think they took it out of context.
I don't think they did either. But
this could definitely be a direct quote, but who knows?
And then, as he continued to try to undermine the democratic process with lies about an election that his former top cybersecurity official called the most secure in history, he did what he often does with a vulnerability. He tried to flip and embrace it. Quote, "I'm not the one trying to undermine democracy," Trump said. "I'm the one who's trying to save it. Remember that," end quote. That received his biggest applause of the night. There's one thing Trump has never been able to deal with is losing. He has been able to spin his way out of bringing companies into bankruptcies and bad tabloid headlines about failed marriages, and these continued lies about the election are what he sees as his off-ramp. Get ready to hear more about it. This speech kicks off what's likely to be a spree of summer campaigning. It was Trump's first public address since his speaking at the Conservative Political Action Conference in February. Relitigating the election with baseless allegations comes as no surprise. It's been a focus of Trump's since leaving office. That was evident in an NPR analysis of nearly 2 months of his statements. Ooh, an NPR analysis.
Mm.
Trump also reverted to a dark vision of America and democratic rule. Quote, "As we gather tonight, our country is being destroyed before our very own eyes," the former president said in a speech before the North Carolina Republican Party convention. Quote, "Crime is exploding. Police departments are being ripped apart and defunded. Can you believe that?" Trump warned, those are true things, aren't they? Crime is going up and police departments are being ripped apart.
Yep.
So, okay. Trump warned of, quote, "vicious and, quote, violent people who, quote, hate our country, and that, quote, drugs are, quote, pouring in."
They separated out all those quotes.
If that sounds familiar, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, okay, if that sounds familiar, it's because it hits many of the touchstones of Trump's culture war, grievance-based politics, the kind that he used dating back to first campaign announcement off in 2015.
I like how that's supposed to sound threatening. Like, all they're saying is Trump is still Trump.
You know what this is? This is somebody who is excited to be writing anti-Trump material again.
They love it. They love it so much. They're just seeing dollar signs.
Yeah, it's like a caged animal who hasn't been fed in a while, and then you throw them some meat, and they just rip it apart.
Mm-hmm.
In an orchestrated move, Trump also endorsed Rep. Ted Budd for the open U.S. Senate seat in North Carolina, and he did so after former Rep. Mark Walker won a straw poll by a substantial margin of the crowd in attendance for who they wanted to run in the race.
Gons, somebody is asking us if we realize that NPR is a liberal outlet.
Oh, are you serious? No way.
This is false.
Conservative all the way, baby. NPR, National Program of
NPR
Republicans.
Kids.
Yeah, NPR. That R stands for Republican, right?
NPR. No. I got nothing. Not poopy Republicans.
Nuanced, partially Republican, maybe? Nuanced party right? Right. Really into it.
Let's keep going.
Shortly before Trump asked Bud to come up and speak, his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, North Carolina native, announced she would not run. She and husband Eric Trump recently moved to Florida. Quote, "We're going to take back our country, and we're going to take it back at a level that is very, very good for our country," Trump said. "And it's good for our citizens because we can't allow bad things to happen to our country." He added that, quote, "Bad things are happening, perhaps like never before." Before his speech, Trump boasted that the room would be, quote, "packed, all records broken." In that same emailed statement, he also furthered falsehoods about voting in the 2020 election that he lost. And in response to Facebook's announcement that he is banned until at least January 2023, he continued the lie that the election was, quote, "rigged." Trump's account was suspended and continues to be, Facebook said, because of the way he used the platform leading up to and during the violence at the Capitol on January 6th. Trump called the ruling, quote, "an insult to the people who voted for him." Hitting the road, Trump's choice of venue to kick off his campaigning is something of a soft launch. Doing it this way doesn't have the pressure of creating a scene and crowd that a traditional rally would have. Quote, that Trump is doing a state party convention makes sense. Hey, Heye, H-E-Y-E. Hey, hi, I don't know. Said, quote, it's a controlled environment and doesn't risk the empty seats he could have at a rally. No more football stadiums. Ooh. As if that's an indicator. I mean, Biden had, what, parking lot full of smattering of cars?
Yeah, I think he got up to like 12 people once.
Yeah, pretty good. But Trump will soon be trying to hold those large rallies again. He's expected to hit the road with 2 rallies reportedly in the next month, with more to come later this summer in an effort to boost both allies and challengers to Republican incumbents who have spoken out against him. Some of those include Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who Trump thought should have done more to help him win the state he lost in the presidential election, and Ohio Rep. Anthony Gonzalez, who voted for Trump's impeachment. These events are ostensibly about others, but in the past, they have seemed to always come back to Trump. Feeling constrained by the office and Washington, these rallies became almost therapeutic for the 45th president. He would feed off the friendly crowds, re-energize, and dig in the harder line culture war messages. You know, at least they're referencing him as like former president or, President Trump. They're not like just saying Mr. Trump or Mr. Orange Man or whatever.
Yeah.
This is a long article. I don't know if I want to go through it.
I mean, I think we get the point.
Yeah.
They're trying to frame Trump's recent participation in public life, which he did disappear for quite a while. I mean, he basically disappeared from February until maybe a couple weeks ago and wasn't making any public appearances. He kind of did his little blog for a second. He kind of, had some... he doesn't have social media. He wasn't speaking or anything. And now he's kind of started coming out and showing his face. And they are just craving his attention so much. And the only boogeyman that they have to sort of overlay on Trump is, he's going to run for president again. He's going to do it. What if he runs for president again? And there you go. And that's what gets the ratings. That's what sells the ads. That's what gets people all obsessed with checking NPR. And, it's more than anything, it's a money play for these outlets because it's mostly just conjecture about what does it mean? What does it mean? He's such a liar. He's going to try to run again. Be afraid. Be very afraid and subscribe to our app.
I can't wait to hear more from the Orange Man, and, it's just more content for us to dig into. But in the meantime, Israel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very interesting after all the hullabaloo going around in Israel. Again, just a review. We reported on Israel launching their biggest military exercise they've ever done, and they got the military mobilized. They got all this backup soldiers, the reserve soldiers, activated. Everybody was all suited up. Then coincidentally, Hamas attacked at just the right time for a full military mobilization against Gaza. Then we had a few weeks there of the Gaza conflict. And now we've got some more shenanigans going on. This is at the Washington Post. Vote on new Israeli government to be held in coming week.
Zionist pig!
Israel's parliament speaker said Monday that a vote to approve a new government that would end Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's 12-year rule will be held in the coming week without setting a precise date. The announcement by Yariv Levin, a close Netanyahu ally, leaves time for the prime minister's efforts to try to peel away supporters from the fragile coalition arrayed against him, which consists of 8 parties and has only a narrow majority narrow majority in Israel's 120-member Knesset, or parliament. Netanyahu's supporters have launched a blistering campaign against his opponents, including death threats and raucous protests outside their homes.
Release the death threats.
That has
Bibi's
forced
on his phone telling his people.
But okay, keep in mind here, we got this, keep an eye on these parallels, because Netanyahu's supporters have launched a blistering campaign against his opponents, including death threats and raucous protests outside their homes, that has forced the Knesset to beef up their security details. Does this kind of feel a little bit January 6th-y? Netanyahu has accused his erstwhile right-wing allies of betrayal for allying with leftists in a small Arab party that he had also courted. The so-called Change Coalition appears to be holding together despite the attacks and its ideological differences. Naftali Bennett, an ultra-nationalist former Netanyahu ally, would serve as prime minister for 2 years, followed by the centrist Yair Lapid. Quote, "This government is being formed because it's the majority," Lapid said Monday, insisting that it would serve all Israelis and be based on trust and decency, on goodwill. Quote, "These past few days proved how much we need change. If the leadership uses violence and incitement against Knesset members, against their children, against the very essence of democratic process, then we need to change," Lapid said. Israel held 4 elections in less than 2 years, the most recent in March. Each time, voters were deeply polarized over whether Netanyahu should remain in office while on trial for corruption. An emergency government formed last year to address the coronavirus pandemic was mired in political infighting and collapsed in December. Netanyahu tried and failed to form a government after the March elections before the mandate was given to Lapid. The political transition, which could yet be derailed, comes amid heightened tensions following weeks of clashes between Palestinian protesters and Israeli police in Jerusalem that ignited a wave of ethnic violence in Israeli cities and triggered an 11-day Gaza war. So if you look at the timeline of this, it's very fascinating, because they had the election in March, and just a couple of months later was the military movement, the military exercise, followed by the 11-day war. And now immediately afterwards, it's basically a political coup, not a military coup, mind you, but a political coup against Netanyahu by far right-wing people. This is not like, you got to remember, this is not American politics. This is Israeli politics, where we've got a right-wing majority moving against Netanyahu, which is interesting as Americans, because we kind of consider Netanyahu as sort of a conservative ally of Republicans, is not just because of how well he and Trump got along, but also how much he and Biden are sort of politely disagreeing with each other. So, it's a little bit of a twisty-turvy thing to understand in context of American politics, but this is a pretty big move. I mean, Bibi might be in trouble, Gons.
Yeah, it seems like he's been able to avoid past attempts to get him out of there, and he just kind of sticks around. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, but I mean, shakeup was inevitable. Hold on. Am I missing something? What has to happen for this to go through? Is there like
I think there's just a vote.
There's a
vote in their Senate, their version of the Senate
Parliament thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they do not have just the 2-party system. Right. Imagine that. Yeah. So they've got many parties, and it sounds like a majority of these parties have band together to get rid of Netanyahu. Yes. Who hold a very slight majority. So yeah, as long as nobody wavers and everybody holds the line, this might be Netanyahu's last months as the leader of Israel.
I think he's going to pull a Newsom and do some favors and backdoor deals.
Well, and he's kind of notorious in certain circles for being that kind of guy, having sort of the backhanded ability to change people's minds, if you know what I mean.
Well,
and he's been the leader for 12 years, and you look at the example around the world of leaders who have been in charge for that, those types of lengths of time. You don't stay in power that long by, taking it easy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Until it happens, I'm not really convinced anything's going to happen, even though the majority is being,
It is hard to imagine a big change.
It's hard
like
to
this
imagine
taking place.
There could be a last minute thing on the Parliament floor, the Knesset floor there or whatever. Always, I don't know, man. I'm until there's like a denouncing, especially by like rabbis, like head rabbis of Israel and stuff. I don't necessarily see any kind of true change here. But hey, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for some shakeups.
The interesting thing, a part about it is that one of these parties is like an Arab party. It's specifically like the Palestinian influence within the Senate. And they have, I don't know the details, the nuances of like if they're sort of leading this charge or what. But, of course, I can imagine. I mean, let's just get sort of, this isn't even conspiracy. This is just sort of like how politics works. We know this. They wanted to have an election. They knew that there was some sort of military exercise going. The perfect time for Hamas to launch a rocket attack to get Netanyahu to overplay his hand. He's already got the military mobilized. Might as well just send a full-on attack on Gaza so he can gain the then you play up the anti-Zionism in the American media. You mobilize the anti-Zionism, secular Jews around the world. You make Netanyahu look like a bully by bullying poor old Gaza and not pulling back when they ask for a ceasefire, and you kind of make him look like a strong man. And he may be a strong man. I'm not even trying to say that he's innocent. I'm just saying that the conditions were perfect to sort of mobilize situations that would encourage a sort of right-wing takeover is not the right word, but a movement within Israel to try to get Netanyahu out. I mean, it looks like the culmination of a long series of plays by somebody over there.
Could be. There was a change in the Mossad director recently, and in a June 3rd article from the Jerusalem Post, Prime Minister holds working meeting with new Mossad chief Barnea, and it looks like Barnea is this happened in last week.
Yeah.
And Barnea is said to be I thought I saw something here that indicated it took over this guy named Cohen. I don't know, maybe it's interesting because this big change is being spurred on during a change in Mossad leadership too. So
which I don't think is a coincidence.
No, it's not. So it could be. It really could be Bibi's last. Either it's like his last stand, or Bibi's in good with this other guy, this new guy.
Well, what they are probably mad about is Netanyahu's phone bill. Making all those calls to Biden, making all those calls to Pfizer. I think they just had it. They've just had it.
Well, that's the other thing.
Astronomical national phone bill.
In the greater scheme of things, Netanyahu got, a majority of the country vaccinated? I don't know. That seems like a lot of Illuminati points, to use against any kind of uprising against him. Maybe he'll unleash some Mossad-style blackmail.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it for everybody. This is going to be happening in the next few weeks, so we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
All right. What's next?
Let's see. Oh, well, we have Trump for the jingle.
We will launch a new age.
It's not a Trump story, but it is pretty new age. This is SputnikNews.com, your favorite Russian propaganda. So woke, it reaches the stars. U.S. Army offers zodiac horoscope for their recruits.
Are you even woke?
Good. You got to do that because everybody knows you can't put a Pisces with a Leo when flying a deadly drone. It's just not going to happen.
To join the Army, recruits have to show high skills, discipline, and spiritual energy. Well, now we can see that the stars on the American flag are not just there to represent states, but to also guide people based on their zodiac sign. The U.S. Army has baffled netizens again, right on the heels of the infamous woke recruitment video, with an Instagram story that suggests different specialities for various zodiac signs. And there's an Instagram post here by Go Army. Should we just play it, or are we going to get a problem?
No, I don't know. Oh, this is the recruitment video?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Play a little bit, I guess.
It's just text, so we'll just...
Yeah, it's just text to music. Yeah, forget it.
The text reads, wondering what your zodiac sign says about the kind of soldier you could be in the Army?
No, nobody is wondering that.
You'll just have to click through our Instagram story to find the answer, because our lips are sealed over here.
Our lips are sealed.
The post said, presenting several slides listing the assignments best matched for spiritual recruits. Boy, this is not a good sign. I can picture Trump being kind of upset about this one.
I know. Keep reading. Read through this because there's a lot to say.
I know. Unfortunately, many comments to the post show very little amusement, as people obviously believe that astrology is not the best way for soldiers to choose their career path. Block quote. So I think it's confirmed that a 13-year-old girl is running the U.S. Army's page, one commentator said, summing up the disappointment. Defense One editor Kevin Barron was among the first critics of the post, slamming the U.S. Army and attaching a link to an article about the success of pseudoscience from the satirical website The Onion. And then an observation post, this is a Military Times op, tweeted out, did the Army hire an astrologer? And then Dan the Lion, former Army Ranger here, what my once proud branch has become is so painful it makes my
it's a clinical word.
All right, it makes my testicles hurt.
Yeah.
Now we pander to the junk science that is astrology. William Darby is rolling over in his grave. Then another one, the U.S. Army has been hijacked by blue-haired, glasses-wearing, quote, everything is problematic astrology Karens. Last month, the U.S. Army was blasted over a series of animated recruitment ads dubbed The Calling, seeking to appeal to women and minorities in line with the Biden administration's policy to promote equality.
Okay, so a couple of things. As China is having a problem with emasculated boys being obsessed with Korean pop stars and not doing
being manly,
quote unquote masculine things, and they are actively creating masculine training camps to get their boys to be a little bit more manly so they can be good soldiers. The U.S. CIA is, look, they're just trying to be inclusive. They're trying to pull in this new generation of CIA officers, just trying to show that they're not your dad's CIA. And now the U.S. Army also trying ways of pulling in. This one is Gen Z, folks. Look, we can finally stop blaming the millennials for this stuff because we're all aging out of recruitment. They're just going to put me at a desk if something ever happens. They're not putting me in the field.
My analysis.
Maybe I can I don't know. I'd probably be some sort of logistics person. They wouldn't put a gun in my hand, and certainly Gons. You are going to be some sort of desk jockey, maybe Zoom jockey if something happens.
Sure.
But yeah,
that's a good point. Really good point. Chinese military beefing up their testosterone while they dial it down for the U.S.
Yeah, they're dialing it down, trying to get the baristas to serve their country. And look, I'm sorry, I don't mean to pick on baristas. It's just, we're just making fun here. But yeah, this Zodiac thing, there you go. Do yours. It's like a Facebook quiz. You take your Facebook quiz, figure out your Zodiac sign to see which military job you can do. It's and you know how these things are. The thing is, when you think of joining the army, everybody thinks they're going to be a soldier or do something cool. Most of the jobs in the army are they're kind of like your basic everyday jobs. You're just doing it for the government. Yeah. Lots of administrative stuff, lots of truck driving and, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know, man. I love that this is Sputnik. Like this is the Russian
They're just laughing
outlet. Just losing their minds at how silly the U.S. Army is. And, of course, it's played up a little bit in this article because they just love bagging on the U.S. But it's not a joke. I mean, that's what they're doing. We're trying to diversify our military forces, which on its face, there's nothing wrong with diversifying the military forces. I think the risk that is being run here is turning off the traditional military talent pool, which is usually, not people from California or New York, but, people from the real America, the hardworking states, who, a lot of times there's financial incentives. You get your college paid for. There's a rich history of military participation in a lot of families, and they're not necessary. I think they're endangering sort of their core demographic. I don't know if anybody's going to choose to not go into the military because of this, but as we saw with that lieutenant colonel maybe from Space Force who got busted for just saying that there's Marxist ideology making its way through the military. Yeah. You have Biden sending out memos to all military branches, basically asking them all to snitch on conservatives, which is crazy. It's just a weird shift, man. And I don't know. It's unprecedented territory. My instincts tell me that this is putting sort of military dominance at a little bit of risk, but I'm also not a professional. I don't know if it really is or not, but it's sort of got that stench wafting off of it.
My analysis is that
we're all going to die.
Yeah.
But yeah, true. I think you're right. I think you point out the main thing here, which is that, and I wonder if anybody has done analysis, or maybe we haven't been around long enough to really know.
Yeah.
If there is a internal propaganda of masculinity or demasculinity that it correlates with some kind of military strength
dominance.
like dominance or fall.
Yeah.
I think culturally maybe you can make that argument throughout history.
Yeah, there's a lot of historical research to show that yes, once the sort of strength of masculinity is thrown aside, that societies don't last that long.
Yeah, and I also wonder, yes, this is thrown out there as this kind of ideal, and if you're talking about chaos magic, maybe this is what the controllers ultimately want for the U.S. Army, but I doubt most people in the Army are like stoked about the horoscope, even after something like this.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like we're right in the middle of the culture change. Yeah. I mean, they are specifically trying to pull in the woo-woo, sort of new agey blue-haired baristas. While I believe the military is still currently, I mean, look, if you have military buddies, which you and I do, and everybody out there who has military buddies, it is unthinkable that someone who is as sensitive as a Gen Z social justice warrior would last a day in a barracks. I mean, you hear the stories from your military buddies and just the way they speak to each other and the way they treat each other. That is a lawsuit waiting to happen around every corner. And it's going to be interesting to see the long-term ramifications. It might. I guess part of the influence of why I'm thinking this way is because we saw it with the corporate world, where corporations hired all these social justice warrior types who are hyper-focused on diversity, hyper-focused on inclusion and equality. And what did we see? We saw basically the destruction of a lot of the corporate entities from the inside due to legal battles regarding leaders of these corporations, always getting in trouble for saying something, getting in trouble for yelling in meetings. There are CEOs who was it? It was the CEO of, not the CEO, it was one of the executives of Netflix, I believe, who yelled in a meeting and got fired. You just yell in meetings. That's what happens. Sometimes you yell, but no, it scared some softies in the meeting, and he got fired. And if you're gonna be bringing legal action for somebody yelling at you, I do not think going to boot camp is going to be a very good place for you.
Yeah, and this is also scary because, if you talk about warfare moving into the future, if you're going to have these technologies that are very, very destructive, and the buttons to push, the triggering of the weapons are in front of people that get easily triggered, that's not a good sign either. Like somebody that's, I don't know, less competent, less I don't know if testosterone has anything to do with it, but perhaps
I'm trying to
more emotionally triggered with things that are less important. Someone like like your Netflix example. Imagine if that was a war situation, and instead of just firing a guy, he had like some button to nuke a country or something.
Yeah,
like that could be really bad. Or he's like, "Oh, you offended me."
You're triggered. It's the most effective soldiers are the ones who stay calm in combat,
right?
Not the people who are triggered at cultural appropriation. Now, I will say this. I think I just figured it out.
Okay.
I think that the way the military is going, you're not going to have human beings in a lot of the high pressure jobs because the robots are doing the work.
Yeah.
So you just need a human to press the button on the robot and let the autonomous system do it. They don't need the masculine soldier type. They don't need the killer instincts. You just need to be able to use a game controller and turn on the automatic kill switch and let the drones do the work.
Yeah, it's just recent too that
everybody knows that Pisces are the best at turning on killer robots.
Are you a Pisces?
No, everybody knows they're the best at killer robots.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that it was recent that some women passed the U.S. Marine boot camp. I guess up until this point, they hadn't really passed it yet.
Yeah, which is sort of a record-breaking event.
Yeah, so...
Unfortunately, they had to make the test easier, I think so, to make people go through, to make it through. I heard a conversation with somebody who was very passionate about that subject.
Interesting. Yeah, I was going to say. All right, moving on here.
Speaking of killer robots.
Speaking of killer robots, we have a combination here.
Space. Space. Wanna go to space?
The four horsemen of the technopolis. Anytime you see the four horsemen, it's something special.
CNN.com. Oh, you going to take it? All right.
Yeah, because you need to take the last one.
Okay.
This is coming from CNN.com, and no episode that includes Elon. We are legally required if we talk about Elon. Yeah,
legally?
We have. We're legally required if we talk about Elon. We have to talk about Jeff Bezos because Elon got the government contract, and the government said, let's give Bezos a participation, $8 billion. And so, if you don't, it's about equality, Gons. And this is CNN.com. The headline, Jeff Bezos is going to space on first crewed flight of rocket. That's right. Not to be outdone by Elon, Bezos says, scoot over, professional astronauts. I'm a billionaire. I will go to space. Oh, God. Jeff Bezos will be flying to space on the first crewed flight of the New Shepard, the rocket ship. Yeah, the rocket ship made by his space company, Blue Origin. The flight is scheduled for July 20th, just 15 days after he is set to resign as CEO of Amazon. Blue Origin said Bezos' younger brother, Mark Bezos, will also join the flight. Oh, my gosh.
Mark Bezos, huh? I didn't know.
Quote, ever since I was 5 years old, I've dreamed of traveling to space, Bezos, 57, said in a Monday morning Instagram post. On July 20th, I will take that journey with my brother, the greatest adventure with my best friend. If all goes according to plan, Bezos, the world's richest person with a net worth of $187 billion, will be the first of the billionaire space tycoons to experience a ride aboard the rocket technology that he's poured millions into developing. Not even Elon Musk, whose SpaceX builds rockets powerful enough to enter orbit around Earth, has announced plans to travel to space aboard one of his company's human-worthy crew capsules. British billionaire Richard Branson, whose own space company, Virgin Galactic, is planning on conducting flights to suborbital space for ultra-wealthy thrill seekers and competing directly with Blue Origin. Branson has long said he would be among the first passengers aboard Virgin Galactic's rocket-powered plane, but that flight is expected to take place later in 2021. Blue Origin's Blue Origin's flight crewed flight will be the company's six-seater. Thanks, CNN. Will be the company's six-seater capsule and 59-foot rocket Okay, take a breath.
This sentence is
it's very
structured
difficult.
Very strange.
Yeah, CNN
is
really throwing a fastball at me here. Blue Origin's crewed flight will see the company's six-seater capsule and 59-foot rocket tear toward the edge of space on an 11-minute flight that'll reach more than 60 miles above Earth. After 6 years of extensive and often secretive testing of the rocket and capsule called New Shepard, Blue Origin announced in May that it was preparing to put the first passengers in a New Shepard capsule. Though the company has not announced how much it will sell regular tickets for, Blue Origin said one seat will be given to the winner of a month-long auction that's currently in progress. The bidding was at $2.8 million Monday morning, but it hit $3.2 million after Blue Origin's announcement. And it goes on and on. It's just kind of an advertisement for Jeff Bezos after that. But yeah, so there you go. Jeff Bezos going to make his own dreams come true, fly to space with his brother. It is either a truly inspiring moment that will inspire young entrepreneurs for years and decades to come, or a horrific tragedy that will see the death of the world's most hated billionaire and his brother. We will see what happens.
60 miles. This is a kind of an interesting moment for flat earthers too, just to kind of see if there's cameras on board, and they can always fake this stuff, which is always interesting. But according to some stuff here, the interwebs, 76 miles is where NASA considers Earth's atmosphere ending and beginning. So it doesn't even really go to like outer space, like outside the technical atmosphere.
There's low orbit though, that you're still kind of in the edges of the atmosphere, but you are floating. You're
lies. They just can't go past the firmament.
Yeah,
and they
true.
won't come less than 20 miles near it.
What if that's what it is? He flies up. You know, we all think that Jeff Bezos is in on the conspiracy. He flies up there and he radios back. He's like, "Whoa, hey guys, there's like a glass dome up here. You guys know this? What the heck's going on?"
What would be even crazier, and I don't
He's
wish
just a
this.
secret flat earther.
Yeah, it's all stoked. I knew it. It's flat. It's flat. That would really throw flat earthers on a because it's like, yes, I am vindicated, Vindicated. But also the guy to do it was Jeff Bezos, and I don't know how comfortable I feel about that.
To have any sort of ideological
alignment
thing in common with Jeff Bezos is not a good look.
The other thing, and I don't wish this upon Bezos or his brother or anybody on this flight, if they just explode up there, it's going to be they hit the firmament.
That's what I mean. It's going to be a tragic worldwide event if Jeff Bezos and his brother. There will be statues built of him and his brother.
Of course. And what a move by Bezos. Because Richard Branson.
Power move.
Our move. What do you mean?
I said power move.
Oh, power move. I thought you said our move. I was like, what?
No.
We did this?
Total power move.
It is a total power. Elon and Richard Branson. Just like, let me step in front and be the first one. I wonder if Richard Branson is scrambling right now. And he's just going to we're going to hear about Richard Branson exploding on the firmament like 2 days before.
They're probably both. Yeah. I mean, that is, I guess this is a good point, which is when you're in the billionaire level, of course, Jeff Bezos is the biggest billionaire, I guess. He is the billionairest of the billionaire. But, Elon's still a billionaire. Richard Branson's still a billionaire. The one thing that you can hold over other billionaires is I actually flew to space and you didn't. So neener. And also, I mean, kind of a big deal that it's the first crewed mission. He's not even sending up... He's not even doing a little trial with, the sort of B-string astronauts. He's like, nope, me and my bro going up in the first one. I hope it works, guys.
You'd think Bezos, too, if something happens, you're going to see some kind of, this could be the supernatural blue beam moment, the UFOs come to save Bezos.
Yeah,
it's all happening during the same kind of timeline where the government is supposed to, say all the stuff of what's going on with the UFOs. So
it is the exact timeline.
Yeah, I mean,
late July.
It could be something. I don't know. I don't know if I'm willing to go on and go on. Well, I guess it's going on record. We can put it in the red book just for reference sake that we can.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it'll either happen or it won't.
It'll happen
happens,
quick.
We'll definitely remind you that we told you so.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, we probably won't mention it.
Yeah, but it is a perfect opportunity to display not just his technology, but whatever technologies exist beyond our perceptions here.
Yeah.
All right, one more story before we wrap it up for today, and it is a story concerning the propaganda of the world and the beast system.
State-sponsored propaganda machinery.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
It's kind of I guess it's sort of a Nephilim update too, but I'll let everybody else decide if it is an actual Nephilim update. This is Business Insider or Insider.com. USA Today wrapped its newspaper with a fake cover about hybrid babies with antlers to advertise a new Netflix show.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a Nephilim update about the show. What was it called? Sweet Tooth. And We talked about the implications of that, but USA Today doing a native ad on their physical newspaper.
Front page.
Hybrid babies born across U.S. World reacts to new generation of half-human, half-animal children with both awe and concern. No indication that this is an ad.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
Well, it does say advertisement way up at the top and very small, so there is some indication.
Nobody reads the small letters.
You gotta look for it, right? This is some War of the Worlds stuff.
It is. That was going to be my thing, or what I was going to say about it. Is very much like a social engineering experiment to see what kind of reaction people get. Or give. This is, it says USA Today wrapped its June 4th weekend edition newspaper with a fake cover warning of, quote, a new generation of half-human, half-animal children as an advertisement in partnership with Netflix for its new show Sweet Tooth. The fake front page contained 2 small articles about the threat of hybrids to national security and how the hybrids are, quote, the greatest mystery of our lifetime. Is it really? There's a book that I know about that talks about some of those hybrids. The only giveaway that the cover was fake is the word advertisement written in a tiny font located just above the headline. Which, again, it looks like, that's like a placeholder, like, hey, you can advertise here if you want to.
Right. Yeah, it does. It is funny because, if you have like ad blockers on a website or something,
that wouldn't
be an empty box and it would just say advertisement on it.
Yeah.
It looks like an ad blocker notice on a paper.
On paper. You forget
on a physical newspaper.
Yeah, you can't click out of stuff on paper.
Yeah.
Sweet Tooth is centered on a deer-human hybrid kid, Gus, who goes on an adventure to learn more about why he and other children around the U.S. were born part human, part animal. The series is based on a comic book of the same name from DC Comics. The real front cover of USA Today was tucked neatly behind the advertisement and featured a report about migrants' impact on border town McAllen, Texas.
Okay.
I can understand why they went with the hybrid headline there. They probably wanted some more people picking up the newspaper there, but...
Interesting detail.
But yeah, the part of the conversation we've had recently with the Democrats saying no to amend a bill that says human animal hybrids
perfect
can be
timing
pushed on, all that stuff. This is very it's part of the mind control process of social engineering, of getting people really kind of used to the idea. And I get it. It's because people are probably pretty freaked out at the idea now. Like generally, like your normie will look at this and go, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy."
Yeah.
But as they push this out there, more and more, people are going to be desensitized to the idea. They're going to relate to characters and Netflix shows like this, and start think, "Oh well, maybe we can have human animal hybrids, and I will love them the same. They are just as much entities of Earth as your
well, from what I can
whatever.
tell, from what I can gather, from the very little I know about this franchise, but from what I gather from the articles and the trailers, it's very much like social justice-y, accept everyone, coexist type of thing. Don't be mean to people who are different than you, but also the children are being born part animals because the earth is healing itself. The earth needs more nature-y people and not capitalists, American pigs, that type of thing. So it's very much in the milieu right now.
It's described as Mad Max meets Bambi.
You know what? I'm turning a corner on this one. I kind of want to see it now.
You're going to see it now.
The
Mad Max really drew you in.
Yeah.
It takes place in
the Bambi was a formative part of my emotional intelligence as a child.
Mostly rural post-apocalyptic setting where some creatures are human-animal hybrids. The original series was concluded in January 2013. So I guess...
I want to give a shout out to Cass on the YouTube. Says they are trying to give Alex Jones a heart attack.
That might be true. That's true. Alex Jones would be the guy before like realizing it's an advertisement.
Yeah.
Just
And then
going
Furf
off.
on YouTube responded, Alex Jones is trying to give Alex Jones a heart attack. You
We're
guys
made
are
by the
funny.
aliens.
You guys are funny. I like you.
Oh man, yeah. I bet you. I can imagine the InfoWars meeting that morning. USA Today got more clicks than us today. You gotta get more sensational. Tell people the gay frogs are rising.
He's trying to make a joke. I saw these in Bohemian Grove.
Yeah. Lieutenant told me about it in 1994.
Trying to turn the frogs gay. Trying to turn babies into gay frogs. Okay.
All right.
I think we're done for today.
Start doing Alex Jones impressions.
Yes,
I think
we've
it's
run
time.
out of material. We just
Run out of
start
stuff to talk about.
rambling in Alex Jones voices. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We will be back on Wednesday, the 9th. So go ahead. If you haven't done it yet, subscribe on whatever channel you want to. Make sure to hit the like button. It's very helpful. And put it on your notifications.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
That's right. And remember, we will need some producers for Wednesday's show. So maybe you're out there, you've been thinking about becoming a producer. Consider doing it for Wednesday's show. We truly cannot do the show without you. So if you get value out of what we do and you want to, I do want to reiterate, Gons, you and I, we support value for value style shows that we listen to.
We do.
And for us, it is a great feeling. I mean, it's a great feeling for a lot of reasons. First, you know that you're sort of actively fighting against the mind control advertising industry by supporting someone who is doing that. But also, there's a real sense of ownership and investment into shows that we support. And I don't know, there's some sort of shift, and it feels good to take that kind of power back from sort of the passive, an industry that wants you to passively be told what to think and how to form your worldview, and then to turn around and empower people who are fighting against that. Take a piece of ownership of the show. It's a great feeling. And we've had producers tell us that exact thing. And it's one of those things you can't really understand it until you feel it. So I recommend, if you're someone who is consciously letting things into your life, pieces of media that are constructive and helping you get through the day and understand the world around you in a way that does not feel like it is serving established power centers in this world. Try becoming a producer of the show. I guarantee you'll feel good about it. And we'll feel good about it too, because that means we can keep doing it. You can become a producer by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT, patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. And I want to thank the producers of this episode 347 of Canary Cry News Talk. That is producers Rami C., Patreon account of the year, Nico S. as our executive producer for the show, Aaron J., Steve W., Linda H., John K., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Trevor L., Timothy G., Michelle W., Adam C., Scott K., Ted P., Kimberly W., Enoch 87, and Ethan N. And of course, thanks to our crypto producer, A, Anonymous, and B, Jack V, the Gen Z Crypto Chat. And of course, thanks to Christine C, who produced the show by helping us out with the timestamps. Very valuable role, Christine C. We love you and thank you very much. Thanks for the jingle, Eyes to See Me, and thanks for all of the art, Allie Dove, Josiah, Mr. Jag, and Ianon. Thanks to all of our producers for making this episode possible. And if you're an artist out there and you want to produce the show, you can create something, whether it's jingles or music or visual artwork, whatever it is, send it on over to canarycryradio@gmail.com or canarycryradio@protonmail.com. But you can also help the show out by leaving ratings and reviews. That's right. On Friday's episode, I'll be reading out our ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. It's always a pleasure. Love hearing from the people leaving reviews, and it's very valuable to Gonz and I. I know it seems like a small thing, and it might take a couple minutes of your time, but it really does help out the show a lot. When we have a nice steady stream of ratings and reviews coming in, it activates the algorithms on Apple Podcasts and shares the show with people who have never seen it before. So your review might be responsible for bringing in some new listeners, which is good for us, but even better for them, I'd say. So please go leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. Just search Canary Cry News Talk. But also share the show out. Share it on your social media. Hit that little share button. Again, you might think it's not a big deal, but it goes a long way for us, and we're very grateful for you. We might even interact with you when we see that go out. So please tag us as well if you want us to see it. Please do that. Also, you can always just share it with your friends and family. You got friends and family who are starting to wake up to the fact that the mainstream media does not have their best interests in mind or at heart. Surprise, surprise, folks. That can be a traumatic experience, turning your world on its head. And don't worry, we are here to help those who are discovering this for the first time. So share the show with them. Tell them about Canary Cry News Talk. All we do, we just go through the mainstream media and deconstruct it so we can better understand what's going on and not be at the whim of whatever our propaganda controllers want us to think. It's an empowering experience for everybody. And we like to call it rattling cages. If you need any other instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages.
Hey, stop that!
You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy.
Leave the bird alone!
Never! Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, any last words?
Yeah, this is a message for Jeff Bezos. Obadiah 1 verse 4, though you soar like the eagle and make your nest among the stars, even from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Watch out, Bezos. Your hubris is not gone unseen. All right, everybody. Thanks again. Make sure to be back here on Wednesday. That is June 9th. Somewhere between, 10 and 12. We'll be getting going on the 9th. And thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Keep yapping, man. Boy, it's really a productive segment, man.
Aborted feces.
1001. Amen.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Bye.
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up.
Leave the bird alone!
I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Aliens. Aliens.
Come on, man.
I tried to tell you. You can't handle the truth.
It will kill.
You're moving up with
lots of charm. Come on, man, you're just an arm. Whoa. Hey, Flippy, please don't take my girl. Flippy, don't take my girl. Hey, Flippy, please don't take my girl now.
We're all gonna die.
It's all coming together.
Are you even woke?
I'm history, you're nuts and bolts, perhaps 33 megavolts. Whoa. Hey, Flippy, please don't take my girl.
Come on, man.
Don't take my girl. Hey, Flippy, please don't take my girl now. Enslave my kids, embark a new career. Don't you take her, it's not the year.
Aborted feces.
Where are the aliens?
Who were made by the aliens?
Look it up.
Fun fact, I believe it was
Aborted feces.
another fun fact. Fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
People, I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
It's all coming together.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
It will kill.
You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Their Bible, for heaven's sake. And melt those babies into candles.
Come on, man. Are you even woke? Come on, man. Are you even woke?
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccinations.
You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.
We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die.